Chapter 947. Above the Gareth Kingdom's capital, the Gareth Star. A huge fleet flew over from afar. Manky Kingdom. Enemy attack. The Manky Kingdom's people are here. As soon as the huge fleet approached the Gareth Kingdom's capital, it was spotted by a huge eye, and alarms sounded on the Gareth Star. Defensive boundaries were immediately opened. All the major cities of the Gareth Kingdom opened their defensive boundaries and prepared for battle. The war was about to break out at any moment. A 3,000-meter-long black warship commanding 23 warships descended from the sky and flew above the Gareth Kingdom's royal palace. "I am Only, the Prime Minister of the Gareth Kingdom. May I ask what brings you to our kingdom, Manky Kingdom's royal palace?" An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse with brown hair and 6 eyes on his head, giving off a queer feeling, flew out of the royal palace and said in a clear voice, "I am the Manky Monarch. I killed the Gareth Monarch. Surrender to the Manky Kingdom or die." With a flash of light, 8 beautiful 3-eyed race girls carrying a luxurious litter walked out of the void. Sitting in the litter is Yang Feng, who has changed into Agapito, and he looks at Only with an indifferent expression. With the concealment of the myriad transformations mask, even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses cannot see through Yang Feng's transformation. As for the Tsangji Plains Merfolk Dellen Monarch, Yang Feng found an excuse to enter closed-door cultivation and had him disappear. On this trip to the Gamana universe, Yang Feng brought countless treasures with him. Shock shimmered in Only's eyes, and he roared wildly, "Gareth Monarch, you killed His Majesty. The Feybright race will never let you off. Not surrender? Then go to hell." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the essence of power and sent a fist barreling downwards. A star that looks like it can destroy everything fell from the sky and crushed towards Only with the power to crush everything. Stunned, Only didn't expect Yang Feng to kill someone without saying a word. His 6 eyes instantly opened, and strange spatial fluctuations interweaved with each other, carrying a trace of the profound meaning of space, forming an extremely strange space. That was Only's space power Upanishad, the alternate space. Any attack that entered that strange alternate space would be pulled into a strange space, or even banished to the endless space. When the star that seems to be able to crush everything slammed into the strange space, the space was smashed to pieces, and the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, Anri, was instantly engulfed and blasted into powder. Lao Luan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was filled with shock when he saw this scene. So strong. After His Majesty grasped the profound meaning of power, he became even more terrifying. As a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, Agapito was also very powerful, but he wasn't as domineering and terrifying as Yang Feng when he used the essence of power. "Follow me, let's kill them together." Yang Feng stood up from the litter, looked down at the Gareth Monarch's royal palace, smiled frigidly and barked, "Yes, Your Majesty." Fired up, the Imperial Guards of the Manky Kingdom followed Yang Feng towards the royal palace. Boom! Boom! Huge explosions rang incessantly, and all the traps in the royal palace were crushed by Yang Feng using the essence of power. As soon as the transcendent rank powerhouses inside the royal palace appeared, they were killed by Yang Feng. Originally, Lao Luan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, should have been the vanguard. However, in order to obtain the universe's favor, Yang Feng charged at the forefront and killed all the transcendent rank powerhouses that jumped out, leaving only some small fries for the Imperial Guards to deal with. In less than a day, the Gareth Kingdom's royal capital was suppressed by the Manky Kingdom led by Yang Feng. Under the command of the Manky Kingdom's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the Imperial Guards suppressed the resistance of the major cities of the Gareth Kingdom. In front of the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, when Yang Feng arrived in front of the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, his eyes shimmered with anticipation. "I hope there are some good treasures in the treasury." Yang Feng has already entered the Manky Monarch's treasury. Although there are a lot of resources in the Manky Monarch's treasury, and even some cultivation resources that would move Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. But for Yang Feng, the most valuable are the hundreds of StarCraft grade source crystals, and the 2 imperishable grade source crystals. Yang Feng doesn't care about the rest of the treasures at this time. In front of the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, there is a bronze gate engraved with countless barriers. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, it will be very difficult to open the bronze gate. Yang Feng took a look at the bronze gate, smiled slightly, and spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of devourers suddenly flew out and pounced on the bronze gate. When the devourers pounced on the bronze gate, the barriers on the bronze gate collapsed one by one, and a large hole was quickly opened on the bronze gate. Yang Feng stepped into the bronze gate and entered the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury. Compared to the Dellen Imperial Court's treasury, it's still far from enough. Yang Feng glanced at the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. The treasury with the richest resources Yang Feng has seen so far is the Dellen Imperial Court's treasury, which is a treasury accumulated by the merfolk for hundreds of thousands of years, and contains countless precious treasures. Compared with the Dellen Imperial Court's treasury, the treasuries of the Manky Monarch and the Gareth Monarch look a bit shabby. This is green jade pith. While walking in the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. In the Gareth Royal Palace's treasury, there is a spring with a diameter of about 10 meters, and a green viscous liquid flowing inside. A delicate fragrance slowly diffuses from the spring. This was the treasure that made Yang Feng excited and moved Sapphire Spirit Marrow. For the powerhouses of this universe, green jade pith is just a precious treasure that can strengthen the body and soul. But for human warlocks, this treasure can temper the soul and increase the odds of advancing to the Infinity Warlock and Warlock Monarch realms. Green jade pith only has a miraculous effect on humans. In the Archgod era, it is not a treasure at all. Ever since the Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord discovered the secret of green jade pith, it has become a treasure that human warlocks have been frantically searching for. Over the years, the Zhangji Plains green jade pith has been completely mined, leaving only a small amount in stock. Every drop of green jade pith is priceless enough to make Infinity Warlocks go all out for it. If the Zhangji Plains human warlocks learn that there is a spring water-grade green jade pith in the Gareth Monarch's treasury, then even Holy Spirit warlocks will take the initiative to kill the Gareth Monarch and snatch the green jade pith. The spring water's green jade pith is enough to cultivate 3,000 human Infinity Warlocks. From this, it can be seen how valuable it is. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered and formed a defensive barrier in the treasury, sealing everything. The invisible and colorless phantom ruler suddenly flew out. As Yang Feng's most loyal subordinate, it firmly guarded Yang Feng. The phantom ruler can even slay Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. None of the Manky Kingdom's powerhouses is its opponent. With it guarding him, Yang Feng is naturally at ease. Yang Feng took out a bottle and collected a part of green jade pith, then took off his clothes and jumped into the green jade pith spring water. The green jade spirit pith at once turned into a terrifying heat flow that entered Yang Feng's body, becoming a treasure nourishing Yang Feng's soul. Yang Feng's soul core absorbed the green jade pith frantically and grew stronger and evolved. Under the effect of the converters, the StarCraft grade source crystals in the surroundings released fearsome magic energy that entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng's body is like a black hole that can't be filled no matter what. Countless superior source crystals and StarCraft grade source crystals shattered and turned into dust. An Infinity Warlock ranked dazzling ruler took out source crystals from the side and threw them into energy converters, and they turned into fearsome life magic energy for Yang Feng to absorb. Crack! 3 days later, Yang Feng's soul core issued brittle sounds, the outer layer shattered, and a new soul core was born. The newly born soul core seemed to contain boundless profundities, and it was inscribed with countless profound runes. Yang Feng's life force field trembled slightly and transformed, and he advanced from a supreme Infinity Warlock to a Warlock Monarch. I finally advanced to a Warlock Monarch. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which shone with an enigmatic gleam, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile of excitement. Originally, with Yang Feng's accumulation, as long as he stayed on the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continent, and practiced cultivation for 30 years, he would be able to advance to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, with the help of the green jade pith in the Gamana universe, Yang Feng shortened the 30 years of cultivation time. At the same time, the green jade pith also improved his soul aptitude and fleshly body slightly, making him more powerful. After advancing to a warlock monarch, if I want to return to the world of warlocks, I have to plunder more resources. The flames of ambition ignited in Yang Feng's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. With a flick of his wrist, a shrunken level 5 mobile fortified stronghold appeared in his hand. It is difficult for Yang Feng to bring his warlock monarch rank subordinates to the Gamana universe, but the level 5 mobile fortified stronghold is different. As long as they aren't activated, they won't emit energy fluctuations. They are equivalent to a pile of scrap iron and a piece of Yang Feng's equipment. Naturally, they can follow Yang Feng through the universe barrier. The shrunken level 5 mobile fortified stronghold is one of Yang Feng's strongest trump cards in the Gamana universe. Chapter 948. A level 5 stronghold quickly took root on Gareth's star. A swarm of engineering robots disguised as people of the Mankey Kingdom in highly simulated biochemical shells delivered all kinds of resources to the level 5 stronghold. The level 5 stronghold continued to expand underground. In the deepest part of Gareth's star, a huge underground city was dug out, and huge underground munitions factories were established. The level 5 stronghold originally had a complete production line. After obtaining a huge amount of resources, it began to produce 5th-generation primary battle robots one after another. Soon, the news that the Mankey monarch was killed by the Gareth monarch, and the Mankey Kingdom, annexed by the Mankey Kingdom, spread in the lightless starfield. In a beautiful extraordinary courtyard full of all kinds of strange extraordinary flowers, there sits a handsome young man with silver hair and an extraordinary temperament. There is a mysterious rune engraved on his forehead, making him look even more mysterious. The young man's eyes shimmered with excitement. The Mankey monarch killed the Gareth monarch and annexed the Gareth Kingdom. It seems that his exploration this time was fruitful, and he's really audacious to annex the Gareth Kingdom. How interesting. I wonder how the Feybright race will react. In a palace shrouded in a green forest, the corners of the mouth of a beautiful woman with purple hair and an enchanting aura rose, and she said with a smile, "Interesting. The Mankey monarch dares to ignore the Feybright race's ban. How interesting." The eyes of the beautiful woman with purple hair shone with an enchanting light, and she said with an ambitious smile, "Is it finally going to begin? A great reshuffle that will sweep across the entire universe. This may be the prelude to the great reshuffle." Every great tribulation of the universe was a huge reshuffling process. In the process, even eternal sovereigns may fall. Great tribulations are the best opportunity for countless powerhouses and powerful forces to rise. In a green palace refined with countless rare materials, a two-headed expert, who was 100 meters tall and had countless runes carved all over his body, revealed an excited smile. "Finally, there's a change. Mankey King, well done." In the lightless starfield, the Feybright race is the overlord of this starfield, and they have the Feybright ancestor, the only Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse in the lightless starfield. After becoming a kingdom, it was impossible for those forces to continue annexing other forces to strengthen themselves. Now that Yang Feng broke this convention, it immediately set off a huge wave in the lightless starfield. In the lightless starfield, powerful existences began to take action one after another. The entire lightless starfield was filled with undercurrents. The Feybright race has dominated the lightless starfield for too long. Like the Tsangji Plains humans, they are viewed with hostility by countless races. Moreover, the Feybright race has begun to decay internally. It has been tens of thousands of years since a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was born. There are only 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses guarding the Feybright race. As soon as geniuses with the potential to advance to the warlock monarch realm are born, they will be strangled by the Feybright's 3 warlock monarchs. The cohesion of the Feybright race is declining. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Feybright ancestor, Countless other races would have already pounced on the Feybright and torn them to pieces. A few days later, a 3,000-meter-long silver warship descended from the sky and suspended above the Manky Kingdom's royal palace. The 3,000-meter-long silver warship has a Feybright badge engraved in the middle of its hull, representing that it is a Feybright warship. In the lightless starfield, just the Feybright badge is enough to make many powerhouses retreat. Inside the Manky Kingdom, the Manky King's royal guards poured out, stood in 2 rows, and played loud music, welcoming the arrival of the Feybright race. Yangfeng, who has transformed into the Manky King, led the ministers of the Manky Kingdom out of the royal palace and arrived below the Feybright warship. With a flash of light, a tall, handsome young man with blonde hair, short blonde hair, and an arrogant expression on his face slowly appeared under the protection of a dozen-plus Feybright powerhouses. The young man with an arrogant expression glanced at Yangfeng, sneered in an aloof tone, and said frigidly, "You are the Manky monarch? I am Marquis Wayne of the Feybright race. How dare you violate the orders of the Feybright race and invade the Gareth Kingdom conferred by the Feybright race? Kneel down and accept your punishment." A Feybright powerhouse stepped forward, holding a shackle engraved with countless runes in his hand, looked at Yangfeng and sneered. Purgatory shackle. When Omri and the other Manky Kingdom's powerhouses saw the shackle engraved with countless runes, their countenance changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with fear, and they cried out. Purgatory shackle is a vicious torture instrument developed by the Feybright race. Once stabbed by a purgatory shackle, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have all their power sealed. At the same time, they will be tortured day and night. The Feybright ancestor once captured a warlock monarch rank powerhouse and sealed the warlock monarch rank powerhouse with the purgatory poison shackles. After torturing the warlock monarch rank powerhouse for 10 days and 10 nights, the warlock monarch rank powerhouse died in pain. Janash's face turned pale, his eyes flashed with despair, and he uttered in horror, "Sir Marquis Wayne, this is all a misunderstanding. Please be lenient. The Manky Kingdom will never forget your kindness." Wayne smiled coldly, stared at Yangfeng with delight in his eyes, and threatened loftily, "Manky monarch, kneel down and accept your punishment. Do you want to exterminate your race?" Wayne was just a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse. What he liked to see the most was powerhouses who were far stronger than him kneeling on the ground and being tortured by him, howling in pain. The other Feybright powerhouses sneered and stared coldly at Yangfeng. The Feybright powerhouse holding the purgatory shackle smiled ferociously and placed the purgatory shackle on Yangfeng. A cold ray streaked past Yangfeng's eyes, and he slammed a fist into the Feybright powerhouse and blasted him to pieces. The Feybright powerhouses have looks of horror on their faces, as if they saw something unbelievable. Wayne was taken aback, then a sinister look appeared in his eyes, and he roared like a devil. "You dare to kill people! You dare to kill people of my Feybright race! You're dead! You're dead! Manky monarch, you dare to kill people of my Feybright race! Not only will you die, but everyone of your race will die as well," Yangfeng ordered coldly. "Kill them all." When Omri and the other Feybright powerhouses saw Yangfeng's eyes brimming with killing intent, they felt a chill in their hearts. For the first time they felt danger. Yangfeng, this lunatic who craves for chaos, is really going to attack them. "Wait a minute!" Janash immediately shouted and dissuaded Yangfeng with a look of horror on his face. "Your Majesty, if we kill these people, then we will shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Feybright race. In that case, our relationship with the Feybright race will completely fall out, and there will be no room for reconciliation." Amway and the other powerhouses of the Manky Kingdom focused their gazes on Yangfeng. The Feybright race is a true hegemon rank powerhouse in the lightless starfield. Countless forces that challenged them were torn to pieces by the Feybright race, and countless races were exterminated by them. The Feybright race has an illustrious reputation in the lightless starfield, and they have always been tyrannical. But they do have the strength to be tyrannical, Wayne shouted. "My father is the purple light monarch of the 3 Feybright monarchs. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will definitely uproot the entire Manky Kingdom, leaving no one alive." When he said that, the complexion of the Manky Kingdom's powerhouses changed dramatically, and they became even more fearful. The three Feybright monarchs are three warlock monarch rank powerhouses of the Feybright race. With the support of a large amount of resources, each of the three Feybright monarch rank powerhouses is a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse. They are far stronger than junior warlock monarch rank powerhouses like the Gareth monarch and the Manky monarch. At the same time, they hold a high position of authority in the Feybright race. After Wayne reported his origin, the complexion of the Manky Kingdom's powerhouses changed dramatically. If they offend the Feybright race, they can still escape to other places in the lightless starfield. But if they kill the Purple Light Monarch's child, they will have no place to stand in the lightless starfield. You talk a lot of nonsense, go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly and sent a fist flying, and a fearsome essence of power enveloped Wayne and company in an instant. Wayne and the others were crushed into powder by the terrifying power of the profound truths, and they vanished into thin air. Dead. Dead. It's over. When Janash saw Wayne and the other Feybright powerhouses killed by Yang Feng, his face turned pale, and he muttered in a low voice, "Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them escape." Anri looked at the silver warship in the sky and roared wildly. Rays of light soared into the sky, and the Manky Kingdom's royal guards rushed towards the silver warship. Kill! 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 Kill them all! Leave no one alive! Eyes shot with blood, Janash, like a beast forced into a desperate situation, rushed towards the silver warship. The strongest powerhouse on the silver warship was just a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. Besieged by the Manky Kingdom's powerhouses, they were quickly wiped out. When he saw this, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he took out a secret communication treasure and said faintly, "I have done what I promised you." A magnetic voice spoke. "Very well, Agapito. Now you can come to our alliance headquarters and become a part of us." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic shade, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Anti-Feybright Alliance? Interesting. Can this alliance really overthrow the Feybright race? Chapter 949. In the west of the lightless starfield, there is an unremarkable abandoned celestial body, far away from the Feybright race. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared above the abandoned celestial body. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked around the abandoned celestial body, looking for traps that may be hidden around it. This is the headquarters of the Anti-Feybright Alliance. There are only illusion boundaries and soundproof boundaries set up here. Anyone can come and go freely. A calm voice sounded from the side. Yang Feng turned his head and saw an extremely handsome young man with purple hair and a single horn on his head walk over with a smile. The young man with purple hair said with a smile, "I am the Dark Light Monarch, the leader of the Anti-Feybright Alliance. I'm glad that you can join us, Manky Monarch." Yang Feng glanced at the Dark Light Monarch, and his heart shook. So strong. This guy has pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank strength. He is infinitely close to the Quasi-Holy Step. The Dark Light Monarch is a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank existence. Compared to the three Quasi-Holy Step powerhouses Yang Feng once quelled, he only lacks the immortal characteristic. However, the difference in the immortal characteristic makes it almost impossible for the Dark Light Monarch to be the opponent of a Quasi-Holy Step powerhouse. Countless pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have been trapped in the pinnacle realm, unable to comprehend the immortal characteristic and advance to the Quasi-Holy Step. Yang Feng replied calmly, "Hello, I am the Manky Monarch," the Dark Light Monarch uttered with a smile. The headquarters of the Anti-Feybright Alliance is in fact just a stronghold where we meet. There are no powerful boundaries set up, so anyone can come and go freely. Of course, if the Feybright race attacks, they won't find anything useful. Each of the powerhouses participating in the Anti-Feybright Alliance is a terrifying existence. They naturally don't want to put themselves in danger at will. The headquarters of the Anti-Feybright Alliance naturally won't set up powerful boundaries, which would arouse the resentment of the powerhouses participating in the Anti-Feybright Alliance. Yang Feng uttered, "It's a very suitable design. Please come with me." The dark light monarch pointed with a finger. An array of black light entered the ground. Dark ripples rose on the ground, and a huge cave appeared. Led by the dark light monarch, Yang Feng entered the huge cave, walked for 100 kilometers, and appeared in a huge and luxurious palace. In the center of the huge palace, there is a huge table with 11 warlock monarch rank powerhouses sitting around it. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the palace, the eyes of the 11 warlock monarch rank powerhouses fell on him and sized him up carefully. When Yang Feng saw the 11 warlock monarch rank powerhouses, his heart shook. 11 warlock monarch rank powerhouses. This force is really not small. The energy level of the Gamana universe is half a universe level higher than that of the world of warlocks for you. In the world of warlocks, there are only a little more than 300 warlock monarchs in the human race. Those were the experts that the human race had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. For a dozen plus warlock monarch rank powerhouses to casually appear in a peripheral starfield, like the Gamana universe's lightless starfield, it can be seen how deep the underlying strength of the Gamana universe is. The dark light monarch smiled and enthusiastically introduced, "Everyone, this is the Mankey monarch. From today onwards, he will be one of us." Mankey monarch, you're the guy at the early starry sea realm. I heard that you've mastered the power profound. Let me see how capable you are. A 3-meter-tall, white-haired one-eyed star monarch with only one eye smiled coldly, erupted with intermediate warlock monarch rank power, and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. When the one-eyed star monarch sent his fist flying, demonic qi surged and turned into a world shrouded in demonic qi, containing the essence of power, and barreled towards Yang Feng. Break! With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the essence of power and sent a fist flying, and a star containing the essence of power suddenly formed and slammed into the world of the one-eyed star monarch's demonic qi. Two peerlessly terrifying forces exploded in an instant, and an incomparably violent shockwave spread out in all directions. The world of demonic qi and the terrifying star shattered and dissipated in an instant. Yang Feng's face turned pale. The one-eyed star monarch's body shook slightly, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The Mankey monarch seems to have had a great fortuitous encounter. He's even stronger than the one-eyed star monarch. Amazing! The Mankey monarch was originally only good at business. I didn't expect him to comprehend the essence of power and become so strong. The warlock monarch rank powerhouses took a deep look at Yang Feng. Although they were surprised, but they didn't doubt him. Two universes devouring each other is a world-ending disaster. But it is also a supreme opportunity. Countless treasures of heaven and earth hidden in the two universes will appear during this period of time. It is not unusual to have a fortuitous encounter. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the one-eyed star monarch. Not bad. Mankey monarch, you are stronger than me. You are qualified to be one of us. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "You are very strong as well." Yang Feng used 100% of his strength in that punch just now. The essence of power of the one-eyed star monarch is only slightly inferior to his. Without using the essence of devour, the eternal imperishable body, the phantom ruler, and other trump cards, Yang Feng would have to fight for more than 3 hours to defeat the one-eyed star monarch in a fair fight. The dark light monarch uttered with a smile, "Mankey monarch, let me introduce you. These are the one-eyed star monarch, the red scorpion monarch, the wave tower monarch, the Huanhua monarch, the heart tree monarch, the white wind monarch, the blue phoenix monarch, the black blade monarch, the light breaker monarch, the stone wolf monarch, and the nine heads monarch." The red scorpion monarch is a burly man with a scorpion tail and a red scorpion rune on his forehead. The wave tower monarch is a young man with short black hair and an expressionless face. The Huanhua monarch was a peerlessly beautiful woman with a sexy figure. She wore purple clothes and always had a charming smile on her face. The tree heart king, on the other hand, was a man with a haggard face like a dead tree, striking fear into the hearts of all who saw him. The white wind monarch is a strange existence shrouded in a hurricane, as if he has no core. The Green Phoenix Monarch is a handsome man with long green hair. The Black Blade Monarch is an extraordinary life form made of black metal with blades growing all over his body. The Lightbreaker Monarch is a handsome man dressed in a gray robe with his eyes closed. The Stone Wolf Monarch is a 3-meter-tall werewolf made entirely of stone, and exudes a fearsome and dangerous aura. The Nine-Headed King, on the other hand, was a peerless beauty with a sexy figure and a charming temperament. These 11 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses plus Yangfeng and the Dark Light Monarch form a fearsome force alliance. Before the changes in the Zhangji Plain, such a fearsome force could even overturn the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Nine-Headed Monarch's face was as cold as an iceberg beauty. She said coldly, "Dark Light Monarch, why did you gather us here? My time is precious. If you come to me to talk nonsense, then you'll have to compensate me with an imperishable grade source crystal. Otherwise, don't call me here next time." The Dark Light Monarch is the strongest and the leader of this alliance. However, since he is in the same realm as those Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the other Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses naturally won't listen to him. The Dark Light Monarch said with a smile, "I called you here to deal with the Feybright race." The Red Scorpion Monarch's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "How do we deal with them?" "With the Feybright ancestor guarding the lightless Imperial Star, there's nothing we can do about him." Although the experts present were the leaders of the major forces and overlords of the lightless starfield, none of them dared to challenge the lightless starfield. But if they encounter the Feybright ancestor, they will die if they don't escape. If they take the initiative to attack the lightless Imperial Star, where the Feybright ancestor is located, they will die in vain. The Dark Light Monarch said, "Not long ago, the Manky Monarch killed the only son of the Feybright Purple Light Monarch." When these words came out, gazes full of shock focused on Yangfeng. As one of the 3 Feybright monarchs, the Purple Light Monarch is extremely powerful. Moreover, the 11 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses present are all audacious, yet none of them dared to kill the only son of the Purple Light Monarch. This is a grudge that will not end until one side is dead. For the sake of his only son, the Purple Light Monarch will go crazy. Even if he slaughters a race, he will do it. Yangfeng is very calm. Even if the Manky Kingdom is destroyed, he won't feel the slightest bit of heartache. He came to the Gamana universe to collect resources and turn the Gamana universe upside down while he is at it. This way, he can fish in troubled waters, get a huge amount of resources and knowledge, and improve his strength. The Dark Light Monarch said with a smile. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch have mobilized the Feybright army to attack the Manky Kingdom. The Wave Tower Monarch asked, "Shall we concentrate our forces and devour the Feybright army?" The Dark Light Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said slowly, "No. I got a key piece of information from a secret channel. This time, the Feybright army is just bait. The Feybright ancestor is following behind the Feybright army, preparing to wipe out all of us in one fell swoop." "What? So that's how it is. What a cunning method." When the 11 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts, and then rejoiced. If a Holy Spirit Warlock appeared while they were besieging the Feybright army, they would suffer heavy losses. Who knows how many of them would die? Chapter 950. The Dark Light Monarch's eyes were burning with passion. As long as we take advantage of the Feybright race's main force going out to attack the lightless Imperial Star in one fell swoop, we'll be able to obtain all the riches inside. At that time, we'll have the opportunity to advance to the Half-Saint realm. The Treeheart Monarch said coldly, "Even if the Purple Light Monarch, the Figment Monarch, and the Feybright ancestor have left, the lightless Imperial Star is still guarded by the Cloud Monarch. With him, the Feybright race's 3 Imperial Guard legions, and the Feybright Annihilation Origin Energy Barrier around the lightless Imperial Star, we will pay a terrible price if we try to attack the lightless Imperial Star." The lightless Imperial Star was the Feybright race's lair for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was filled with countless mechanisms and defensive barriers. The Spirit Light Annihilation Origin Energy Boundary was one of the most powerful origin energy boundaries. Under the control of the Feybright ancestor, The source energy boundary even seriously injured a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Even if the Feybright ancestor was not present, it would not be easy to capture the lightless Imperial Star. If the 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses besieged the Cloud Monarch elsewhere, the Cloud Monarch would most likely die. But on the lightless Imperial Star, the 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are enemies of the Cloud Monarch and the Feybright race's 3 Imperial Guard legions. The 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses may die. The Dark Light Monarch smiled and said, "We have spies in the Feybright race. Leave that Divine Light Annihilation Origin energy barrier to me." The Lightbreaker Monarch's eyes flashed with excitement. Good. If it weren't for the Feybright Annihilation Origin energy barrier, the Feybright race would be dead for sure. The Nine-Headed Monarch's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "However, in this way, the man's kingdom will probably be destroyed by the Feybright ancestor." Gazes focused on Yang Feng. If everything went according to the Dark Light Monarch's plan, the Feybright ancestor would definitely destroy the man's kingdom. Yang Feng responded flatly, "No problem. Let's follow the Dark Light Monarch's plan." The man's kingdom is just a prop in Yang Feng's hands, an estate he seized from Agapito. Yang Feng has already emptied the treasury of the man's kingdom. Even if the man's kingdom is destroyed by the Feybright ancestor, he won't bat an eyelid. The Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. A Warlock Monarch who can easily abandon his foundation and make the most accurate judgment is definitely a ruthless character. After Yang Feng annexed the Gareth kingdom, the man's kingdom became irreconcilable with the Feybright race. The people of the man's kingdom lived on a fixed planet and couldn't move at all. Once the Feybright race arrived, only death awaited them. Yang Feng, who was disguised as the Manky Monarch, could so decisively abandon the Manky kingdom that he spent countless years to establish. This ruthless decisiveness made everyone's heart shake. Many Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses of the lightless starfield are obedient to the Feybright race because they don't dare to abandon their foundation and become enemies with the Feybright race. Otherwise, their foundation would be directly destroyed by the Feybright race, and they would become rogue cultivators. The Anti-Feybright Alliance carefully discussed a series of details. During this process, no one noticed that dust-like nanorobots drifted in the wind and stuck to the feet of the powerhouses in a very strange way. "There's something fishy about the Dark Light Monarch, don't believe him." After the meeting was adjourned, a voice suddenly floated into Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng's heart stirred. He looked back, but he couldn't find the origin of the voice. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. There seems to be something fishy about this Anti-Feybright Alliance. After watching all the powerhouses leave, the Dark Light Monarch's eyes turned cold, and he smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. With a flash of black light, the Dark Light Monarch appeared in a secret room covered with countless defensive barriers. In the secret room, there is a magic mirror. "How's it going?" Strange fluctuations of power came from the magic mirror, and a handsome young man with long purple hair and a Feybright rune engraved on the forehead asked lightly. The Dark Light Monarch said respectfully, "Purple Light Monarch, those Feybright fools already believe that the Feybright ancestor will set off with you and the Figment Monarch to attack the lightless Imperial Star." The Purple Light Monarch laughed loudly. "Haha, when those idiots attack the lightless Imperial Star, the ancestor will appear and catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, the Feybright race can dominate this starfield for another 100,000 plus years. Dark Light Monarch, as long as you do this well, the ancestor will take the initiative to transform you into a Feybright and become our 4th monarch." The Dark Light Monarch smiled and responded respectfully. "Thank you very much, Purple Light Monarch." A cold ray shimmered in the Purple Light Monarch's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and uttered, "That trash Manky kingdom dares to ignore my dignity and kill my only son. This time, I will annihilate everyone in the Manky kingdom." The Feybright race runs amok in the lightless starfield. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse has to be respectful when they send out an emissary. The Purple Light Monarch is one of the Feybright race's 3 monarchs. Now that his son was crushed by Yang Feng like a bug, it naturally made him furious and full of killing intent. The Dark Light Monarch uttered with a smile. Purple Light Monarch, rest assured, I will capture the Manky Monarch when I attack the lightless Imperial Star, and hand him over to you. The Purple Light Monarch uttered with a satisfied smile. Good. As long as you capture him and hand him over to me, I will give you 2 imperishable grade source crystals. The Dark Light Monarch replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Go do what you need to do. With flashes of light, the Purple Light Monarch's figure disappeared from the magic mirror. What an arrogant Feybright. Driving a StarCraft step powerhouse is like driving a dog. Turn me into a Feybright? I'm afraid that at the most critical time, they will kill me and devour everything I have. After the Purple Light Monarch disappeared, the Dark Light Monarch sneered, shed all his humility and sneered. Although the Feybright race is the overlord of the lightless starfield, but due to the internal strife between the 3 monarchs, who knows how many Feybright geniuses have died. The strength and underlying strength of the Feybright race are getting worse by the day. Only with the Feybright ancestor, the only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, can the Feybright race be safe and sound. The Feybright race can't even tolerate their own geniuses. The Dark Light Monarch doesn't believe that he will be converted into a Feybright and become one of their 4 monarchs. It is more likely that he will be killed by the Feybright race and devour everything he has. The Feybright race is greedy, arrogant and depraved. But as long as the Feybright ancestor doesn't die, the Feybright race will not decline. Holy Spirit Warlocks are such terrifying and despairing existences. The Feybright ancestor. The Dark Light Monarch's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth rose, and he took out another box and said flatly, I'm ready. Are there any problems on your side? A deep voice sounded. The plan is going smoothly. The Dark Light Monarch showed a satisfied smile. That's good. 7 days later, 2 huge fleets flew out from the lightless Imperial Star and headed for the Manky Kingdom. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch have set out. The Manky Kingdom is finished. To provoke our Feybright race, those fellows of the Manky Kingdom are really stupid. It's a pity that the Manky Monarch angered the Purple Light Monarch. It seems that there won't be any new slaves for the Manky Kingdom. It's a pity that the Purple Light Monarch wants to kill everyone in the Manky Kingdom. It seems that there won't be any new slaves to use. Inside the lightless Imperial Star, the Feybright clansmen were discussing among themselves, filled with optimism. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch are both pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Coupled with the countless experts and treasures under their command, even a quasi-holy step powerhouse may not be the opponent of this huge legion. There is no suspense in suppressing the junior Warlock Monarch Manky Monarch. They've set out. Is the information accurate? It's accurate. I used several spies to corroborate the information. The Feybright race has fallen over the years, and the spies we planted have been promoted to high positions. It has been confirmed that the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch have set out. Let's wait a little longer. Once they leave, then we'll take action. In the lightless starfield, the experts who were staring at the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch used all kinds of abilities to stare at their fleet. After the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch's fleets left, the powerhouses of the Anti-Feybright Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. If the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch didn't leave the lightless Imperial Star, then even if the Feybright ancestor left by himself, the Anti-Feybright Alliance wouldn't have had a chance to attack the lightless Imperial Star. 3 days later, where's the Feybright ancestor? A spy sent a message. He hasn't moved. What's going on? The Feybright ancestor hasn't left the lightless Imperial Star? What do we do then? A piece of shocking information suddenly came. The faces of the Anti-Feybright Alliance's powerhouses changed dramatically, and they were at a loss as to what to do. If the Feybright ancestor hasn't left the lightless Imperial Star, then even if the Anti-Feybright Alliance is 3 times stronger, only death will await them if they attack the lightless Imperial Star. Dark Light Monarch, what's going on? Why hasn't the Feybright ancestor left the lightless Imperial Star? In a secret base on the lightless Imperial Star, the Red Scorpion Monarch asked with a gloomy expression. Everyone's gazes focused on the Dark Light Monarch, filled with hostility. The Dark Light Monarch responded with a calm smile. That's an illusion. The Feybright ancestor has already left the lightless Imperial Star. I can prove it to you. The lightless Imperial Star. In front of the Sacred Spirit Palace where the Feybright ancestor lives, an Infinity Warlock rank Feybright strode to the palace and looked deep inside with hatred in his eyes. Chapter 951. Sir Haijiang, what brings you here? In front of the Sacred Spirit Palace, there are 4 glorious Sun Warlock rank guards. One of the guards stepped forward and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. In the Feybright race, glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are transcendent rank powerhouses. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, like the Feybright ancestor, can have a powerhouse of this rank act as a guard. Haijiang replied flatly, I have an important matter to discuss with the ancestor. Please inform him. The guard uttered. The ancestor is comprehending a spell. He said that he won't see anyone. Sir Haijiang, please go back. In that case, go to hell. There was a fierce flash in Haijiang's eyes, and he suddenly pointed with a finger, and 4 white rays shot out and slammed into the 4 glorious Sun Warlock rank guards, and a fearsome force blasted the 4 guards into pieces in an instant. After insta-killing the 4 guards, Haijiang smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the surroundings. Strange energy ripples spread out in all directions. Is it time? Let's begin. The Dark Light Monarch's spies hidden in the lightless Imperial Star moved at once. Boom, boom. Along with heaven-shaking blasts, the lightless Imperial Star was shrouded by countless explosions. The same thing happened in the Feybright Holy Land. Damn it! Feybright Annihilation Source Energy Boundary. Their target is the Feybright Annihilation Source Energy Boundary. Shit, they're about to attack the core area. These damned ants. The Feybright powerhouses were mobilized to extinguish the terrifying flames engulfing the Feybright race. In front of the Sacred Spirit Palace, Haijiang turned into a stream of light and rushed into the palace. Along the way, he killed all the guards blocking his way. Haijiang, why did you betray our race? 3 Infinity Warlock rank breaths rose from the side, and 3 Feybright Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses appeared and blocked Haijiang. A handsome middle-aged man with long silver hair and an unearthly temperament sighed. Haijiang's eyes flashed with hatred as he laughed maniacally. Hee. My real name is Ling Quanhai. Ling Ziguang is my father. At that time, my father was the most talented powerhouse in the clan, and he was the most promising powerhouse to promote to the 4th Warlock Monarch. In the end, that old bastard King Ziguang slandered me as a traitor. My mother and little sister were reduced to the lowly playthings of those rich and powerful people. Back then, I swore that even if I had to pay any price, I would drag you bastards to hell with me. Even if I had to perish together with you, I wouldn't hesitate. Back then, you all slandered my father for betraying the clan. Today, I will really betray the clan. When the 3 Feybright Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses heard Haijiang's words, they just frowned. This sort of thing was common among the upper echelons of the Feybright race, so they were already used to it. A golden-haired, blue-eyed, handsome Feybright powerhouse had a vicious look on his face as he laughed savagely. So, you're one of the leftovers from back then. What a pity that you escaped that calamity back then. I've played with your mother and little sister as well. They are indeed 2 funny bitches. Today, I will cripple you, break your hands and feet, and give them to those lowly slaves as playthings. That's right. Haijiang, go to hell. A red-haired Feybright powerhouse roared and slashed out with a sword containing the law of destruction, and the sword instantly landed on the golden-haired, blue-eyed Feybright powerhouse. Ling Guangquan, you betrayed the clan as well. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Feybright powerhouse was split in 2 in an instant. His eyes flashed with endless fear, and he screamed wildly. Crushed by the law of destruction, he turned into ashes inch by inch. Haijiang's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. The silver-haired Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse suddenly flew towards Haijiang. the red-haired Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, slashed out with a sword containing the Law of Destruction, and forced the silver-haired Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse to retreat. The silver-haired Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse frowned slightly and said, "Ling Guangquan, you're not my opponent." Ling Guangquan uttered coldly, "Ling Xingyao, I'm not your opponent. But it's enough for me to stall you for a while." Ling Xingyao asked unhurriedly, "Why did you betray our race?" Ling Guangquan replied coldly, "I'm also one of your so-called dead leftovers." "Then go to hell." With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Ling Xingyao radiated light, turned into a ball of light, and rushed towards Ling Guangquan. Ling Guangquan also brandished his sword and slashed towards Ling Xingyao with an overbearing breath. Boom! Boom! Fearsome explosions came from the Sacred Spirit Palace. The experts inside the Sacred Spirit Palace have either betrayed the clan or been insta-killed by Hai Jiang. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Hai Jiang appeared in front of a gold hall in the deepest part of the Sacred Spirit Palace. The Gold Hall is the place where the Feybright ancestor practices closed-door cultivation. Inside the Gold Hall, there is a fearsome defensive barrier. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses cannot break the Gold Hall's source energy barrier and open the gate of the Gold Hall. With a wave of Hai Jiang's hand, a black cloth flew out and pressed on the Gold Hall. Countless strange runes seeped out of the black cloth and entered the Golden Palace. The barriers around the Golden Palace Hall crumbled one by one. Above the Golden Palace Hall's entrance, the barrier crumbled. Hai Jiang pushed hard, directly pushing open the door of the Golden Hall. When the gate of the Gold Hall was pushed open, an empty space was revealed. There is no one in the space, only a trace of aura remains. He's not here. The Feybright ancestor isn't here. He really left. In the Feybright Holy Land, the spies of the major forces used various abilities to spy on this place. Seeing this scene, they became excited at once. Information was fed back to the leaders of the major forces. The Nine-Heads Monarch's eyes flashed with excitement, and she uttered, "The Feybright ancestor really left. That was just an illusion." The Lightbreak Monarch's eyes flashed with excitement, and he roared, "Do it!" The Dark Light Monarch's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he ordered, "Do it!" The fleets of the major forces hidden around the lightless Imperial Star emerged one after another, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the lightless Imperial Star's Sacred Spirit Palace. The Feybright Holy Land is the core of the lightless Imperial Star, and the Sacred Spirit Palace is the core of the Feybright Holy Land. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Sacred Spirit Palace. These are the treasures the Feybright race plundered from the lightless Starfield's other races. One of the most important reasons why the major forces besieged the Feybright race is to plunder enough treasures from the Feybright race to strengthen themselves. Damn it! They're here. Sure enough, this rebellion was premeditated. The army formed by the 13 Warlock Monarch rank forces crushed wave after wave of resistance of the Feybright race. The remaining Cloud Monarch commanded his legion to defend in front of the Sacred Spirit Palace and contend against the 13 monarchs with the help of the Sacred Spirit Palace's remaining defense system. As the two powerful forces fought in front of the Sacred Spirit Palace, a terrifying force nearly blasted the entire Sacred Spirit Palace away. Soon, as long as we defeat the Cloud Monarch, victory will be ours. The Red Scorpion Monarch sprayed a mouthful of venom that slammed into a Feybright Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse and corroded the latter into a pool of pus. He laughed wildly in excitement. "Kill them all! Kill them all! Within 3 days, we'll be able to do whatever we want in the lightless Imperial Star." The Stone Wolf Monarch roared, appeared in front of a Feybright Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and sent a palm shrouded in the essence of power blasting the Feybright Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse to pieces. Under the frenzied siege of the 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and their subordinates, the Cloud Monarch and his subordinates are in danger of being defeated at any time. "A bunch of ants, you dare to behave atrociously in my Feybright race. Go to hell." A cold and cruel voice came from the sky, and the source energy in an area 100,000 kilometers in radius was extracted and formed a dark cloud that looks like it's giving birth to a peerless beast. A resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted towards the weakest blue phoenix monarch. The blue phoenix monarch's face fell. Source energy shields emerged around him, and a giant shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When the resplendent beam of light slammed into the giant shield, it shattered the giant shield, shattered the source energy shields, and finally devoured the blue phoenix monarch. The Feybright ancestor. He didn't leave. Damn it, how could this be? There was a mistake in the intelligence. When the invaders saw the Feybright ancestor sitting in the clouds, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. No matter how decadent and degenerate the Feybright race is, as long as the Feybright ancestor keeps watch, they won't fail in the lightless starfield. The Feybright ancestor sat in the clouds and looked down at the invaders. His eyes flashed with mockery as he coldly said, "If I kill all of you, my Feybright race can live in peace for another 10,000 years. The invaders are all Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses born in the past 10,000 years. If they all die, it will take another 10,000 years for the next batch of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses to grow up." All of a sudden, the heavens and earth trembled slightly as the chimes of demonic bells could be heard. The face of the Feybright ancestor suddenly flickered, and black gas emerged from him. A black arrow shot out from the void, and shot towards the Feybright ancestor like a meteor. The Feybright ancestor's body shook slightly. He paused for a moment, and then he reached out with his hand and grabbed the black arrow. The arrowhead of the black arrow separated from the arrow, and stabbed the Feybright ancestor in the chest. Chapter 952. The Void Twisted. And a handsome quasi-holy step powerhouse with a horn on the head and countless runes engraved on his face stepped out of the void. A handsome three-eyed quasi-holy step powerhouse with silver hair also stepped out of the void. A demonic terror quasi-holy step powerhouse dressed in black armor, who looks like a dinosaur walking on two legs, stepped out of the void with a black bow in his hand. 100-meter-tall half-holy thousand-eyed demon, with 1,000 eyes, and 3,600 tentacles, appeared out of thin air. It was covered in countless profound runes, and it exuded the terrifying aura of a half-holy. The Feybright ancestor glanced at the four quasi-holy with resentment in his eyes and roared. Darkhorn Monarch, Silver Three-Eyed Monarch, Terror Monarch, Thousand-Eyed Demon Monarch, you four dare to plot against me. No, you four don't have the ability to do so. Who is it? Just who is it that poisoned the Patriarch? The Feybright ancestor is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. When he was at his peak, the four quasi-holy step powerhouses joining forces are not his opponent. It's just that he was poisoned, which is why the four quasi-holy step powerhouses appeared and besieged him. The Darkhorn Monarch said with a cold smile. The person who poisoned you has already been eaten by you, Feybright old dog. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Monarch barked. Why are you wasting time with this old dog? Everyone, let's kill the Feybright old dog. If we give him time to recover, we'll all die without a burial place. Attack. Kill him. The four quasi-holy step powerhouses immediately displayed their strongest abilities and frantically attacked the Feybright ancestor. Everyone, let's kill the Feybright ancestor. If we let him live, we'll all die without a burial place. The Dark Light Monarch roared, and a black beam of light containing the law of destruction shot out of his hand towards the Feybright ancestor. The other Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses also attacked the Feybright ancestor. Nine-Headed King and the other powerhouses felt that something was wrong, but this was indeed the best time to kill the Feybright ancestor. If they could kill the Feybright ancestor, everything would be worth it. Four quasi-holy step powerhouses and 11 elite Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses besieged the Feybright ancestor, and their attacks nearly caused the sky of the lightless Imperial Star to collapse. No one noticed a strange figure disappearing from the battlefield and silently flying towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. As if invisible, the figure flew out of the destroyed nodes, sneaked into a lake near the Gold Palace where the Feybright ancestor resided, and jumped into the lake. Appear. As soon as the figure arrived at the bottom of the lake filled with silt, he pointed at the lake, and a strange black light flashed and enveloped the bottom of the lake. Strange ripples rose on the lake, and then a bronze gate suddenly appeared. A piece of black cloth flew out of the figure's hand and landed on the bronze gate. The barriers on the bronze gate collapsed one by one. Crack! Along with ear-piercing sounds, the bronze gate filled with an ancient and desolate aura slowly opened, and countless beams of light shot out from the bronze gate. The figure entered the bronze gate. So this is the treasury of the Feybright race. How wonderful! When the figure appeared on the other side of the bronze gate, it was the Dark Light Monarch. Inside the bronze gate, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth. Superior grade and StarCraft grade source crystals are piled up into mountains. There are also thousands of imperishable grade source crystals, which are placed in a crystal treasure chest and radiate resplendent light. If any of these imperishable grade source crystals are released, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will fight over them endlessly, or even break out into wars. However, there are thousands of them in the treasury. This is the underlying strength of the number 1 Feybright race in the lightless starfield. If it wasn't for the fact that the Feybright ancestor consumed too many imperishable grade source crystals while practicing cultivation, there would be even more imperishable grade source crystals. In addition to source crystals, there are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth in the treasury, some of which are of great benefit even to Holy Spirit warlocks. This is the accumulation of the Feybright race over the countless years. With these treasures, I can finally break through to the quasi-holy step. A voice sounded, and a handsome young man with long silver hair, a Feybright rune on the forehead, and an extraordinary temperament walked in step by step. This young man is the Cloud Monarch, one of the 3 Feybright monarchs who should be commanding the battle outside. The Dark Light Monarch uttered with a smile. The Feybright ancestor never expected that the 3 monarchs he trusted the most would betray him. The Cloud Monarch sneered. Although the Feybright Old Dog is the greatest guardian of the Feybright race, but he is also the greatest obstacle to the progress of the Feybright race. In the past 200,000 years, the Feybright race has produced a total of 126 seedlings, with the potential to break through to the imperishable step, but they were all killed by him through various means. Otherwise, with the resources and underlying strength of the Feybright race, how could we not have a quasi-holy step powerhouse? The Feybright ancestor is the guardian of the Feybright race, and the only Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. However, he also has his own selfish motives. He will not allow anyone to threaten his position. This is why the Feybright race doesn't even have a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Each of the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns is born when universes devour each other. That's because in times of war, new powerhouses may ascend to a high position and promote to eternal sovereigns. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, there was only one warlock emperor rank powerhouse in each era, and it was the same principle. The Cloud Monarch suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Friend, you've been following us for a long time. Come out." The Dark Light Monarch frowned slightly. When he turned around, he saw traces of dark light sweeping behind him like venomous snakes. A finger extended from the void and pointed, and a small black hole emerged and devoured the dark rays. The surrounding space distorted, and Yang Feng slowly emerged from the void. The Dark Light Monarch narrowed his eyes and uttered, "Manky Monarch, it's you. It seems that you've had a fortuitous encounter to dare to follow us." Yang Feng glanced at the treasury. His eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "How about we divide the treasury equally?" "Okay." The Cloud Monarch suddenly smiled, and runes diffused from him. 3 cloud giants engraved with mysterious runes blurred into motion and rushed towards Yang Feng. Each of the 3 cloud giants possesses advanced Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess, and they are made of poisonous clouds. Even if it is a quasi-holy step powerhouse, they will be polluted, eroded, and have their power sealed by the poisonous clouds. The Dark Light Monarch's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless runes appeared on his body, and formed an eyeball made of 3,000 tiny eyes in an instant. A ray of dark light formed from the essence of darkness, shot out from the eyeball. In the wake of the ray of dark light, the void distorted and filled with the breath of destruction, evil and queer. As pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, the Cloud Monarch and the Dark Light Monarch, are only a step away from advancing to the quasi-holy step. If the two of them join forces, they can insta-kill a junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. You want to silence me? In that case, I'll take the treasury for myself. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds from the world ring inside him, operated the eternal imperishable body, and sent a fist flying. The devouring power Upanishad had created a devouring black moon, the power Upanishad had created a star, and the space power Upanishad had created layers of strange doors. The black moon, the star, and the gate, which contained fearsome world force, crushed towards the Cloud Monarch and the Dark Light Monarch. The 3 cloud giants were blasted apart by the star. A part of them was torn apart by the spatial gate, and the other part was devoured by the black moon. The terrifying power formed by the 3 essences engulfed the Cloud Monarch in an instant. The Cloud Monarch erupted with all kinds of source energy shields, and then turned into powder in an instant. No! Along with a scream, the Cloud Monarch turned into ashes and died. After the 3 essences destroyed the Cloud Monarch, they continued to crush towards the Dark Light Monarch. The Dark Light Monarch gritted his teeth, spat out a large mouthful of blood essence, and burned his life origin, and a giant black shield exuding immortal breath suddenly appeared. The giant black shield shone, and an archaic dragon turtle with a dragon head suddenly appeared. The archaic dragon turtle, known for its defensive power, flipped over, and the carapace on its back blocked the power condensed from the 3 essences. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the primordial dragon turtle collapsed, and the black moon, star, and door formed from the manifestation of the 3 profundities collapsed as well. A frightening shock wave spread in all directions. The Dark Light Monarch stared at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes and cried out, "Who are you? You're definitely not the Manky Monarch." No matter how many fortuitous encounters the Manky Monarch has, it is impossible for him to comprehend the essence of devour and the essence of power at once, let alone fuse the 3 essences. In the Gamana universe, most freakish geniuses have only mastered 1 essence. There is no lack of powerhouses who have mastered 2 essences. However, to fuse several essences and release them at the same time, only the 3 eternal sovereigns and some very rare powerhouses can do it. Even the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of this universe can only use 1 essence when fighting. This is because the power of 1 essence is enough to crush powerhouses who have fused essences. Chapter 953. Yang Feng smiled faintly, not revealing any flaws. "I am the Manky Monarch. I was just lucky enough to enter an eternal sovereign relic site." Yang Feng uttered, "Dark Light Monarch, submit to me. As long as you let me set up a brand in your soul, I will spare your life." The Dark Light Monarch is very smart. He took a deep look at Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, "Manky Monarch, you are just a junior StarCraft Warlock rank powerhouse. The fusion of 3 essences is a huge burden on you. I guess that you shouldn't be able to use it a second time. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to talk nonsense with me. You could just kill me." Yang Feng replied flatly, "Yes, the fusion of 3 essences is indeed a great burden on me. The fusion of essences is the most formidable aspect of the eternal imperishable body. However, with each superposition of an essence, the power increases geometrically, but at the same time, the burden on the body increases geometrically as well." Yang Feng was barely able to fuse the 3 essences after he advanced to the Warlock Monarch realm. Similarly, he can only unleash 1 strike a day. If he unleashes a second strike, it will cause damage to the small world force inside him. The Dark Light Monarch took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he said unhurriedly, "How about we divide the treasures in this treasury equally? I only have 1 choice, and that is to take everything for myself." Yang Feng smiled slightly, then whirlpools appeared on his body, and a swarm of dazzling light units suddenly flew out and rushed towards the Dark Light Monarch like a tide. When the dazzling light units flew out, they shrunk by 10 times. But their fighting strength hasn't weakened in the slightest. They formed a frightening mechanical sea that rushed towards the Dark Light Monarch. Two Infinity Warlock ranked dazzling rulers appeared beside Yang Feng and released fluctuations of resonance. The Glorious Sun Warlock ranked dazzling light units burst out with Bright World Warlock ranked battle prowess and attacked the Dark Light Monarch. Dark Annihilation. The Dark Light Monarch's face flickered. He spread his hands, and the essence of darkness erupted. An endless darkness engulfed the thousands of dazzling light units in an instant. In just an instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the darkness, shattering the endless darkness. Although the Dark Light Monarch is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, but it is impossible for him to kill thousands of dazzling light units with Bright World Warlock rank battle strength. Arrow of Darkness. The Dark Light Monarch's face flickered, and he pointed with a finger, and dark arrows suddenly shot out, pierced through the energy shields of the dazzling light units, corroded them, and turned them into a pile of black liquid that dripped to the ground. After 23 dazzling light units were destroyed by the Dark Light Monarch's strike, the remaining dazzling light units appeared beside the Dark Light Monarch and attacked him frantically. The Dark Light Monarch operated the essence of darkness, turned into a black ray, and shuttled back and forth among the dazzling light units. Wherever the Dark Light Monarch's black light passed, the dazzling light units directly decayed, collapsed, and turned into a pile of strange black liquid that dripped to the ground. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Amazing, as expected of the Dark Light Monarch. If there were no Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses to pin him down, the Dark Light Monarch could destroy the Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units one by one. It's a pity that you ran into me. You're doomed to die here today." Yang Feng's eyes are cold, and the Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared behind him. The Phantom Eye appeared and locked on the Dark Light Monarch with Phantom Light. The Dark Light Monarch's body trembled slightly, and he revealed himself. At this moment, thousands of dazzling light units slammed into the Dark Light Monarch. The joint attack of thousands of dazzling light units smashed the Dark Light Monarch's source energy shields and opened a huge hole on him. The other thousands of dazzling light units took this opportunity to focus their firepower on the Dark Light Monarch and blasted him apart. Although seriously injured, the Dark Light Monarch still didn't die. His body exploded, and he turned into rays of black light that fled in different directions. Strange eyes appeared on the Phantom Ruler behind Yang Feng. The strange eyes turned and phantom ripples spread. The streaks of black light were swept up by the ghostly ripples and strangely retreated, then strangely condensed together to form the Dark Light Monarch's body. Dazzling light units fired beams that slammed into the Dark Light Monarch's true body in an instant and blasted the Dark Light Monarch into pieces in an instant. After the Dark Light Monarch was killed, a Bright World Warlock ranked dazzling light units trembled slightly, and then it promoted to an Infinity Warlock ranked dazzling ruler. The Mechanical Legion formed by the dazzling light units is a terrifying mechanical legion that evolves and grows stronger the more it fights. Moreover, the dazzling light units can attack from both long range and close range. They have no shortcomings or weaknesses. The treasury of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank is now mine. Yang Feng looked at the treasury, which is almost comparable to a small world, with excitement in his eyes. As if a mouse entering a rice jar, he frantically collected all the treasures in the treasury into the 9 small worlds inside him. This is a holy grade soul stone. It's a treasure that can accelerate Mycelia's evolution. Star Sea Magic Flower. A treasure that can enable people to break through the Heaven-Man boundary and promote their soul aptitude to level 8. If Wu Meiying, Regina, and the others use this treasure, they can promote their soul aptitude to superior level 8. Demonic Heart Stone. This treasure can enable my Floor Lord avatar to evolve faster, and may even allow it to attack the quasi-holy step. Yang Feng looked at the Feybright Ancestor's treasury with a dazzled look in his eyes, and his heart beat wildly, filled with excitement. The Feybright Ancestor's treasury is full of all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, and rare minerals. With the support of the resources in the Feybright Ancestor's treasury, even a trash with an inferior level, one soul aptitude may promote to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. There are many treasures of heaven and earth in the Feybright Ancestor's treasury, which can be used by Yang Feng and his subordinates. Starless sea gold. There is starless sea gold here. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he breathed heavily. He went to the deepest part of the treasury and stared at a fist-sized or radiating dazzling light. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said excitedly, "With this piece of starless sea gold, I only need 1/3 of the starless sea gold to promote my Shizu technology to level 6. Along with flashes of light, Yang Feng plundered all the treasures in the Feybright ancestors' treasury without hesitation. What's this? When Yang Feng reached the end of the treasury, he saw a 7-colored beam exuding bright and mysterious light. The mysteries of the law of karma. With a thought, Yang Feng cast the secret method transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the 7-colored beam of light. The 7-colored beam of light suddenly changed, and countless karma threads constructed from the law of karma appeared inside the beam of light, looking mysterious and resplendent. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. I don't know what kind of treasure this 7-colored beam of light is, but it contains the mysteries of the law of karma. If I could take it and study it, I would definitely gain great benefits and make a huge breakthrough in my karma spells. In the world of warlocks, karma spells are not the most powerful spells, but they are the most strange and dangerous spells. Many powerhouses have avatars, projections, and other life-saving means. Some powerhouses who are proficient in avatars can create thousands of avatars and appear in different planes, making them difficult to kill. However, karma spells can be traced back to the true body by attacking avatars, and projections. This is an extremely terrifying and heaven-defying spell. Even a freakish powerhouse like Yang Feng, who has had countless fortuitous encounters, hasn't comprehended the mysteries of karma spells. It can be imagined how difficult it is to comprehend karma spells. The 7-colored beam of light has completely integrated with the celestial body. Once it leaves here, it will collapse and turn into a pile of dust. Should I destroy it? There was a flash of hesitation in Yang Feng's eyes, and then he finally restored his resolve. This kind of treasure of heaven and earth can only be encountered by chance. If I destroy it, the probability of encountering another treasure that can help me comprehend the law of karma is too small. I'd better keep it. When I'm strong enough, I'll come back to comprehend it. After reinforcing the defense of the 7-colored beam of light, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew outside. At the same time as he left the treasury, Yang Feng's face suddenly twisted, and a queer aura enveloped him. He changed into the Cloud Monarch. As soon as he left the Sacred Spirit Palace, Yang Feng saw that the quasi-holy step Thousand Eyes Demon Monarch was enveloped by brilliant green light in the void, and his body was purified bit by bit. He screamed miserably and turned into ashes. The breath of the Feybright ancestor is dim. There is a small green bead floating above his head. He is covered in blood, his hair and beard are white, and he exudes an immortal breath. However, his strength has fallen to the Warlock Monarch realm. There are huge spatial cracks everywhere in the void, which are obviously traces left by the Feybright ancestor and the other powerhouses. After the Thousand Eyes Demon Monarch was killed by the Feybright ancestor, only the beautiful 9 Heads Monarch remained in the void. Feybright ancestor, go to hell! The beautiful eyes of the one-armed 9 Heads Monarch shimmered with madness, and she roared and stabbed at the Feybright ancestor with a halberd in hand. Chapter 954. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the Feybright ancestor turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. The Feybright ancestor was poisoned, then shot by a poisonous arrow, and then besieged by 4 quasi-holies and 11 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. For him to be able to fight until now is already a heaven-defying feat. He no longer has the strength to suppress the 9 Heads Monarch. However, with the Feybright ancestor's strength, as long as he is given some time to recover, he can suppress the 9 Heads Monarch again. Whirlpools suddenly appeared around the Feybright ancestor and frantically devoured the energy drifting in the surrounding space, recovering rapidly at every moment. Isolate! The 9 Heads Monarch's beautiful eyes flash fiercely, and the head of a ferocious eyeless behemoth appeared behind her. The eyeless behemoth opened its maw, and a gray mist enveloped an area 10,000 kilometers in radius. The Feybright ancestor stopped absorbing the mist at once, then flew towards the sacred spirit palace with 2 imperishable grade source crystals in hand. With his rich combat experience, the Feybright ancestor can tell at a glance that the gray mist is full of poison. Originally, with his fearsome physique, the Feybright ancestor should be immune to most poisons. However, he has just been poisoned by a strange poison, and his physique has dropped to an astonishing level. Naturally, he won't be stupid enough to absorb the gray mist. Go to hell! With a fierce gleam in her eyes, the 9 heads monarch bellowed, operated the essence of power, and threw the halberd with all her might. The halberd turned into a fearsome ray, shrouded in dragon might, and barreled towards the Feybright ancestor. All of a sudden, a spiritual source energy boundary appeared around the Feybright ancestor. When the halberd stabbed the Feybright ancestor, a fearsome force erupted in an instant, and a monster phantom with 9 ferocious heads suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and bit the Feybright ancestor to pieces. The halberd stabbed into the Feybright ancestor, and the essence of power erupted in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out of the Feybright ancestor's mouth. If an ordinary warlock monarch was stabbed by the halberd containing the essence of power, they would be blasted to pieces by the fearsome essence of power. However, the Feybright ancestor had only coughed up a mouthful of blood. From this, one could see how terrifying the Feybright ancestor was. Once most existences advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they will possess an immortal body with all kinds of mysteries. It was also extremely difficult to kill them. Ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks have ordinary immortal bodies, Great Holy Step powerhouses have advanced immortal bodies, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have perfect immortal bodies. Eternals had eternal bodies. The Feybright ancestor stretched out a finger, and specks of spiritual light shone. The blood he spat out turned into countless runes that enveloped the halberd, and formed seals that sealed the halberd. The heavenly halberd was called the Star Sea Dragon King halberd. It was a treasure that the 9-headed king had spent countless resources and power. It took him 3,000 years and countless powerhouses to forge. Without the Starry Sea Dragon King halberd, 9-headed king's combat power would drop by at least 20%. Ancestor, let me help you. Covered in wounds, Yang Feng's incarnation of the Cloud Monarch erupted with junior Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power, and flew towards the Feybright ancestor. When the 9-headed king saw Yang Feng, her face flickered, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. Cloud Monarch. Damn it, it's all for naught. The Cloud Monarch is a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. As one of the 3 Feybright monarchs, who knows how many treasures he has. Even though the Cloud Monarch's strength has declined greatly after a series of fierce battles, but he has no problem stalling the 9-headed king. With the Feybright ancestor's Holy Spirit Warlock rank resilience, as long as he is given 10 minutes to recover. If the 9-headed king doesn't escape, only death will await her. The Feybright ancestor barked. Stall her for 10 minutes. Buy me 10 minutes. Yes, ancestor. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Cloud Monarch appeared beside the Feybright ancestor, and stabbed at the Feybright ancestor with the God-Slayer dagger without warning. At this time, the Feybright ancestor is like a dried-up oil lamp. He only has a source energy barrier around him. The God-Slayer dagger pierced through the source energy barrier, and stabbed the Feybright ancestor. And countless runes diffused and sealed the Feybright ancestor in a flash. The Feybright ancestor came to his senses in a flash, pointed at Yang Feng, and shouted, Cloud Monarch, it's you. You betrayed me. Why did you betray me? Why did you betray our race? Yang Feng's incarnation of the Cloud Monarch said with a cold look in his eyes, Ancestor, you are no longer suitable to be the protector of our race. The Great Tribulation has arrived, yet for the sake of your own status, you are still killing our race's geniuses. My Feybright race dominates the lightless starfield, but we only have 3 Starseed rank powerhouses. We haven't even produced a single half-step imperishable rank powerhouse. It's impossible for us to survive this great calamity. For the sake of our race's future, please die. The Nine-Heads monarch stopped in the distance and coldly watched everything that happened here. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the Feybright ancestor, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Ha, you bastard, in the end, you want to kill me for my treasures. Without me, the Feybright race can no longer dominate the lightless starfield. Cloud Monarch, let me go. I can pretend that nothing happened today, and I will help you promote to an imperishable step powerhouse." Yang Feng suddenly said, "Ancestor, I want to refine a treasure that requires a lot of starless sea gold. Do you know where I can find such a treasure?" The Feybright ancestor's eyes flickered for a while, and he uttered, "Starless sea gold? There is such a treasure in the Ursa Major starfield. However, only I know where there is such a treasure in the Ursa Major starfield. Let me go. I will take you to that starfield to look for such a treasure. Ancestor, if I let you go, then after you recover, I will be the one to die without a burial. Therefore, Ancestor, please go to hell." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless devourers suddenly flew out and rushed towards the Feybright ancestor. As a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, the Feybright ancestor has who knows how many treasures and life-saving secret methods he has mastered. The devourer could devour all energy. Once he was devoured by the devourer, the Feybright ancestor would definitely die. "Cloud Monarch, damn you! Ling Miehong, you bastard! I curse you! I curse you to never have a good death! I curse you to never advance to the imperishable step!" Screams and angry roars came from the Feybright ancestor, who was shrouded by the devourers. After persisting for an hour, the Feybright ancestor was completely devoured by the devourers and turned into gold crystals. When the Feybright ancestor died, Yang Feng felt a tremendous universe's favor envelop him. If he hadn't used a powerful secret method to conceal himself, he would have been perceived and rejected by this universe. In fact, the two universes have already begun to devour and merge. Cracks have appeared in many places in the universe, which are enough for weak existences to cross the two universes and allow the wills of the two universes to infiltrate each other. The Gamana universe's powerhouses burned, looted, and destroyed all races in the world of Warlock's universe in order to harvest the universe's favor and contribute to the strengthening of their universe. Every time the Gamana universe's powerhouses kill a powerhouse of the world of Warlocks, the world of Warlocks will be weakened by a bit, and the Gamana universe will be strengthened by a bit. It is for this reason that the powerhouses of the two universes will kill the intelligent life forms of the other universe at all costs in order to strengthen their own universe and enhance their underlying strength. This is why the universe-devouring war is so cruel. The value of a Holy Spirit Warlock is greater than that of 1,000,000,000,000 ordinary people. The merit points Yang Feng obtained by killing the Feybright ancestor are greater than all the merit points he has accumulated so far. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and a trace of the law of karma he just comprehended, and colorless and transparent magic threads wrapped around him and sealed all information. In this way, it will be very difficult for even the Tsangji Plains human merit steals to sense his information. Yang Feng doesn't want to expose the fact that he killed a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. After all, every Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is a bigwig of the two universes. The death of any Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse will cause a sensation and attract countless attention. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Star Sea Dragon King halberd flew towards the Nine-Heads monarch. "This is your Star Sea Dragon King halberd. How about it, Nine-Heads monarch? Are you interested in joining the Feybright race? Do you want to dominate the lightless starfield together?" "Not interested." The Nine-Heads monarch glanced at Yang Feng, left a cold sentence, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the starry sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. "I got the Feybright race. I wonder how long the Feybright race can dominate the lightless starfield. This is the Feybright ancestor's spatial storage treasure. I hope the treasures inside can give me some surprises." With a flick of his wrist, a green bead appeared in Yang Feng's hand. The green bead is called Feybright Sacred Bead, and it is equivalent to a small world that human warlocks implanted inside them. Only the most talented Feybright bead powerhouses can form a Feybright sacred bead. When Yangfeng scanned the Feybright sacred bead with his soul force, he sensed that there is a small world with a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. A sun, a moon, stars, mountains and seas, filled with intelligent life forms, and covered with mountains and seas. In the sky of the small world, there is a temple suspended in the sky, which is filled with countless rare treasures. Chapter 955. All of a sudden, Yangfeng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This is Beijing stone. It's a god-grade treasure of heaven and earth, the main material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures, as well as the Vajra ruler. That's a Holy Spirit warlock rank old monster for you. What a rich foundation. The Vajra ruler is one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. It is a type of battle robot with the strongest defense, and can evolve continuously in battle. It is the battle robot with the strongest defense among the Shizu. Every time the Vajra ruler suffers an unbearable blow, it will absorb countless materials and resources to evolve automatically and upgrade its defense level. The Vajra ruler, which the Shizu cultivated at the cost of their race, can even defend against the all-out attacks of warlock emperor rank battle robots. Beijing stone is a peerless treasure that can only be encountered by chance. If Yangfeng hadn't assassinated the Feybright ancestor, there would be no place to buy this treasure. This is the spring of immortality, which can enhance the fleshly body's strength and condense immortal properties. Yangfeng scanned the Feybright sacred bead with his gaze, and his eyes lit up and locked on a spring with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of about 3 meters, exuding gold light, and his eyes filled with excitement. The Spring of Immortality is a treasure that every Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse will use countless treasures of heaven and earth to refine. For ordinary Holy Spirit Warlocks, the most important thing is to upgrade their ordinary immortal body to a high immortal body. Once their fleshly body evolves, their soul will also transform and evolve, and they will promote to a great Holy Step powerhouse in one fell swoop. Great Holy Step powerhouses also have to upgrade their high immortal body to a perfect immortal body, find a way to sublimate their soul again, and promote the essence they grasp to a perfect immortal body. Only then can they promote to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The Spring of Immortality is a treasure that the Feybright ancestor spent countless treasures of heaven and earth, and hundreds of thousands of years to refine. If a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse absorbs the Spring of Immortality, they can advance to a quasi-Holy Step powerhouse. Yangfeng looked at the Spring of Immortality with a scorching shade in his eyes. By absorbing the Spring of Immortality, I will have no problem advancing to a pinnacle Warlock Monarch. However, if I want to advance to a quasi-holy, or attack the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, I will need to find other treasures. Starsea Fantasy Dawn Stone. It is a rare ore that can greatly increase the strength of the Phantom Ruler. After absorbing this stone, the Phantom Ruler's strength will increase by a large margin. The Holy Angelic Origin is a treasure that can greatly increase the cultivation of angelic soul weapons. What a great treasure! Looks like Mykelia can greatly improve her strength again. Yangfeng scanned the treasures in the temple with his gaze, and found that each of them is extremely precious. They are all treasures that can be used by Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and above. There are 15,600 imperishable grade source crystals, which far surpasses the Feybright treasury. Yangfeng looked at the countless treasures of heaven and earth in the temple with delight in his eyes. Every Holy Spirit Warlock is a huge treasure trove. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to kill them. The treasuries of the Feybright ancestor and the Feybright race contain countless treasures of heaven and earth of astonishing value. Except for the lack of Empyrean-grade secret treasures and Holy-grade secret treasures, the treasures inside are probably more valuable than the treasuries of the 3 dynasties in the Zhangji Plains continent. The treasures accumulated in the treasuries of the Feybright ancestor and the Feybright race can cultivate more than 10 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. This is the underlying strength of a Holy Spirit Warlock. Of course, the Feybright ancestor will naturally leave the most precious resources for his own use. You won't take them out to cultivate new warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Next, I have to deal with the purple light monarch and the figment monarch. As long as I kill them, I can use the power of the Feybright race to dominate the lightless starfield. The purple light monarch and the figment monarch are two of the Feybright race's powerhouses. As long as they are killed, the Feybright race will fall under Yang Feng's control. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. With the resources of the Feybright race, I can carry out the next step of my plan. In the cave with the strange altar, a figure appeared. It is Yang Feng. Yang Feng crossed countless barriers and arrived in front of the altar. With a wave of his hand, 500 imperishable grade source crystals flew to the altar. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black ray entered the altar. Countless runes appeared on the altar, and the passage leading to the world of warlocks suddenly emerged and became wider and sturdier. Yang Feng's true body crossed the universe and returned to the world of warlocks. With a thought from Yang Feng, the phantom ruler attached to his body extended a transparent tentacle, pulled the Star Sea Mirage Morning Stone into its core, and began to refine the Star Sea Mirage Morning Stone. Strands of strange and peerless illusory aura spread out from the phantom ruler's body, making it even more strange and powerful. As soon as he returned to the world of warlocks, Yang Feng began to repair the universe stairs with the huge amount of resources he prepared beforehand. Originally, with Yang Feng's power, it would be extremely difficult to repair the universe stairs to the point where it can open a passage for warlock monarch rank powerhouses. But after plundering the Feybright race's wealth, everything became simple. Yang Feng had countless types of robots at his disposal, and the various engineering robots were even more numerous. To repair the universe stairs, what he lacks is resources. Now that he has sufficient resources, it is naturally very easy to repair the universe stairs. Sir Father, what did you summon me for? Along with the fragrance, Mykelia walked over with a smile, followed by Agnipe, and the other two Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels, as well as the Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel Alexia. Agnipe and the other three fallen angels have now become Mykelia's personal guards, guarding her at all times. At the same time, with the blessing of the Angel Empress breath, they are making progress at all times. Alexia has also evolved to the Quasi-Warlock Monarch realm. Although he was captured by Yang Feng and forced to become Yang Feng's subordinate, but he has been serving Yang Feng loyally. Yang Feng naturally poured a lot of resources into him, which was how he was able to cultivate into a Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. This is my gift to you. See if you like it. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a palm-sized sacred light exuding soul fluctuations flew towards Mykelia. This is Sacred Angel Origin. When Agnipe saw the sacred light, her pretty face flickered, and her eyes shimmered with envy. The eyes of the other three fallen angels burst out with a scorching shade in an instant. Sacred Angel Origin is a treasure that can strengthen the origin of angels. If Alexia can refine Sacred Angel Origin, she can break through in a short period of time and advance to the Warlock Monarch realm, and won't encounter any bottlenecks all the way to the pinnacle Warlock Monarch realm. Mykelia's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she grabbed the Sacred Angel Origin and swallowed it. Countless mysterious runes appeared again and revolved around Mykelia, making her look more mysterious and beautiful. A fearsome attractive force came from Mykelia. Without hesitation, Yang Feng took out a large number of precious StarCraft-grade source crystals, stimulated the source energy inside, and transformed the source energy into pure life magic energy, and delivered it to Mykelia. Mykelia frantically absorbed the surrounding life magic energy, and her strength increased and her breath became more and more fearsome, until she reached the pinnacle Warlock Monarch realm. Thank you, Sir Father. You're great. As soon as Mykelia opened her eyes, there was a flash of joy in her beautiful eyes, and she threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, kissed him on the cheek, and uttered intimately. Yang Feng embraced Mykelia with an enigmatic look in his eyes. What amazing evolutionary potential! That's an angel empress for you. In less than an hour, she evolved from the junior Warlock Monarch realm to the pinnacle Warlock Monarch realm. Only extraordinary life forms such as angel empresses, kindred, and gold Holy Spirit body can achieve such a terrifying evolutionary speed. Of course, although these extraordinary life forms have formidable evolutionary potential, but they can easily be shackled by their bloodline. The history of the kindred is much longer than that of the human race, but the kindred have only given birth to 9 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. On the other hand, a human warlock imperial court has produced far more than 9 Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. This is a gift for you guys. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 4 beads containing fearsome dark force flew into the hands of Alexia and the other 3 women. Darkness Sacred Origin Bead. Thank you, my lord. When Alexia and the other fallen angels received the 4 beads, a look of ecstasy flashed on their faces. Although the Darkness Sacred Origin Bead is far inferior to the Holy Angel Origin, but it is still one of the treasures most desired by dark extraordinary life forms. Alexia is now a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse. If she uses the Darkness Sacred Origin Bead, she can easily advance to a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. If she uses the Darkness Sacred Origin Bead in the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm, coupled with the Angel Empress Mycelia's power, she has a 70% chance of advancing to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. After Agnipe and the other 2 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels use the Darkness Sacred Origin Bead, they can advance to the Intermediate Warlock Monarch realm from the Junior Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Yang Feng glanced at the fully evolved Phantom Ruler, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If we start now, we'll have a 100% chance of success. Chapter 956. The Gamana Universe's lightless starfield. A huge Fabrite fleet is returning to the lightless Imperial Star. That traitor Cloud Monarch. How dare he betray the Ancestor and the Fabrite race? I must tear him to pieces. Inside the Fabrite flagship, the Purple Light Monarch, sitting on a sofa, gritted his teeth, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. The Figment Monarch sat opposite the Purple Light Monarch. She held a cup of wine that was as red as blood, and quietly savored it without saying a word. The Purple Light Monarch frowned slightly and asked, "Figment Monarch, will you help me suppress that damn Cloud Monarch?" The Figment Monarch uttered flatly, "I can help you, but the Sacred Spirit Palace belongs to me. 2/3 of the Holy Spirit land belongs to me as well." The Purple Light Monarch uttered angrily, "That traitor Cloud Monarch assassinated the Ancestor. Don't you want to avenge the Ancestor?" A sharp ray shimmered in the Figment Monarch's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "Of course I want to avenge the Ancestor. However, there are some things that I think it's better to confirm first. With the death of the Fabrite Ancestor, the Fabrite race no longer has a protector. At the same time, it lost its sole ruler, and the Fabrite race began to fall apart. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch both want to become the rulers of the Fabrite race and take control of the entire race." The Purple Light Monarch suppressed his anger and said slowly, "How about this? Whoever kills that traitor Cloud Monarch gets the Sacred Spirit Palace. 2/3 of the Holy Spirit land belongs to him as well. What do you think?" The Figment Monarch pondered for a while, and then said, "Okay. As the protector of the Fabrite race, the Fabrite Ancestor has ruled the race for hundreds of thousands of years, and has countless supporters. Moreover, he has suppressed the geniuses of the race in secret, using the Purple Light Monarch, the Figment Monarch, and the Cloud Monarch to eliminate the other side. His reputation in the clan was also extremely terrifying. Yang Feng's avatar of the Cloud Monarch, assassinated the Fabrite Ancestor, has aroused the wrath of the Fabrite race's powerhouses. As long as they kill Yang Feng's avatar of the Cloud Monarch, whether it is the Figment Monarch or the Purple Light Monarch, they will gain great prestige." Suddenly, streaks of black light appeared in all directions, forming a terrifying black barrier that covered the entire star field. A Tier 3 hive seemed to jump out of the void, blocking the Fabrite fleet's path. Rumble! When the Fabrite fleet slammed into the black barrier, a tremendous explosion sounded, and many small warships exploded, setting off ripples in the black barrier. the flagship and main fleet of the Purple Light Monarch, and the Figment Monarch reacted extremely quickly. They stopped right before they hit the terrifying black barrier. The Purple Light Monarch's expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily. The God Nest! Type 3 Hive! How could this be? How could a Tier 3 hive appear here? Could it be that someone important from the 3 Eternal God domains, or one of the 18 sacred domains has arrived? The Figment Monarch's heart was also filled with shock. A Tier 3. Just which big shot has graced this place with his presence? Hives are exclusive weapons of the 3 Eternal God domains, and the 18 sacred domains. Apart from these 21 races, the other races have not mastered the manufacturing technology of hives. In the Gamana universe, the 21 major forces will from time to time take out some Tier 1 hives with their main functions removed for sale. Tier 2 hives and above are not for sale. As for Tier 3 hives, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwigs can deploy them. In order to improve their survival rate, the Gamana universe's vanguard army that invaded the world of warlocks set up a Tier 3 hive. If the Tier 3 hive is piloted by enough Gamana universe's powerhouses, it can even contend against Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. When the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch saw the Tier 3 hive, their legs turned soft. The appearance of a big shot from one of the 21 major races in a Tier 3 hive could easily kill them all. I am the Purple Light Monarch of the Fabrite race. May I ask who you are? With 2 flashes of light, the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch flew out of the warship, floated in front of the Tier 3 hive, and spoke respectfully. It turns out that the Tier 3 hive has such a high deterrent power in this universe. Inside the Tier 3 hive, when Yangfeng saw the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch take the initiative to fly out of his fleet, he realized the importance of the Tier 3 hive. Get in here, you two. My lord has something to say to you. With the Phantom Ruler floating above the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy, he erupted with Quasi-Holy Step Dark Sea Race fluctuations of power and swept towards the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch with earth-shattering force. A Quasi-Holy of the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy. To have a Quasi-Holy Step imperishable rank powerhouse as his servant, the master of the Tier 3 hive must be an imperishable rank bigwig. When the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch sensed the Quasi-Holy Step fluctuations of power, unique to the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy, their countenance flickered. They confirmed that there is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse inside the Tier 3 hive. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and flew into the Tier 3 hive. Inside the Tier 3 hive, passages opened one after another. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch passed through one passage after another, and came to a beautiful and luxurious palace deep inside the Tier 3 hive. In the beautiful and luxurious palace, there is a person sitting on the throne. It is Yangfeng. Beside him, there is a person standing respectfully. It is the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy, who was eroded by the Phantom Ruler. He's not an imperishable rank powerhouse. He must be the child of some bigwig. When the Purple Light Monarch saw Yangfeng, his heart stirred. Although he has his own speculations, but he still uttered more respectfully. Greetings, sir. The Figment Monarch said respectfully. The Figment Monarch of the Fabrite race greets my lord. To have a Tier 3 hive and a Quasi-Holy Step servant in the Warlock Monarch realm. This is treatment that only the descendants of great Holy Step powerhouses or above can enjoy. Such an existence is more difficult to deal with than a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. After all, there is a great Holy Step powerhouse standing behind them. Sit. Yangfeng glanced at the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch and said flatly. With a flash of black light, 2 chairs appeared behind the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch. Yes, sir. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch sat on the chairs. The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch have just sat on the chairs, when suddenly 2 sharp thorns ejected from the chairs and stabbed into the 2 monarchs. Countless runes entered the Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch and sealed their power. The Purple Light Monarch cried out in shock and anger. Sir, what are you doing? The The Figment Monarch stared at Yang Feng in shock and anger. Both of them are pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses cultivated by the Feybright race. Each of them has many treasures on them. When the two join forces, they can even contend against a quasi-holy steppe powerhouse. But now, they have lost all resistance and have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng looked at the two monarchs with ridicule in his eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "I am the one behind the Cloud Monarch. I want the Feybright race to serve me. Submit to me or die. You two choose one." The Purple Light Monarch and the Figment Monarch were greatly shocked, and regret shimmered in their eyes at the same time. They have simply walked right into Yang Feng's trap. The Figment Monarch uttered decisively, "The Figment Monarch is willing to serve you, sir." The Purple Light Monarch smiled heroically. His eyes shimmered with the desire to die, and he uttered loudly, "Ha, you bastard. You seized the foundation of the Feybright race, yet you want me to serve you. Wishful thinking. I, the Purple Light Monarch, will never serve you, you bastard. Just kill me." The Figment Monarch looked at the Purple Light Monarch in surprise. Among the three monarchs, the Purple Light Monarch is the most loyal lackey of the Feybright ancestor. No less than 10,000 Feybright geniuses have died at the hands of the Purple Light Monarch. He is a notorious figure in the upper class of the Feybright race. I didn't expect him to be so open-minded in the face of life and death. The Purple Light Monarch took a deep look at the Figment Monarch and uttered calmly, "Everything I have done in my life is for the Feybright race. We lack resources. Only by gathering all the resources and letting the ancestor advance to the pinnacle imperishable realm can we hope to compete for a more fertile starfield. Although I have done many things against my conscience, but I have never regretted them." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, and he uttered flatly, "Purple Light Monarch, you are a character. So go to hell." Below the Purple Light Monarch, a ferocious maw suddenly opened, swallowed the Purple Light Monarch, and bit him to pieces. Yang Feng glanced at the Figment Monarch and asked flatly, "Figment Monarch, have you changed your mind?" The Figment Monarch replied respectfully, "No, this subordinate is willing to serve you, my lord. The longer you live, the more you fear death. The Figment Monarch isn't willing to throw away his life in vain." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Open your soul and let me set a brand." The Figment Monarch smiled bitterly and opened his soul. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out, stabbed into the Figment Monarch's soul, and left a soul brand in the depths of his soul. Yang Feng said, "Let the fleet's people come in. I want to erase their memories. I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today." The Figment Monarch replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." With the Purple Light Monarch's death, the Figment Monarch became the strongest person in the fleet with the highest status. Using powerful means, he suppressed the small-scale rebellion launched by the Purple Light Monarch's personal guards, and firmly took control of the fleet. Then, he ordered the fleet's Feybright powerhouses to enter Yang Feng's Tier 3 hive, and undergo a memory erase spell to erase their memories of meeting Yang Feng, and slightly tamper with them. Chapter 957. The Lightless Imperial Star. The Feybright race's treasury. Yang Feng is sitting in front of the seven-colored pillar. Countless runes appeared in his eyes as he stared at the seven-colored pillar. Inside the seven-colored pillar, countless threads of karma flickered, containing the profundities of the law of karma. Only a peerless powerhouse, or a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, with a transcendent pupils like Yang Feng, can see the mysteries hidden in the colorful pillars. Suddenly, a crystal in Yang Feng's hand trembled slightly, and he withdrew his gaze from the colorful pillar. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. With the help of the seven-colored beams of light, I have finally reached the beginner level of the law of karma. Although the law of karma was not one of the three essences required to become an eternal being, it was still one of the three essences. However, it was also a top-notch and powerful spell. Some of the law of causality spells and causality weapons were extremely terrifying. If one didn't understand the law of causality spells, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. What is it? Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body, then pressed the communications crystal and asked lightly, "What's the matter?" The Figment Monarch's voice came from the communication crystal. "Cloud Monarch, the Bank Earthen race, and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race are here. If I'm not mistaken, they've come with ill intentions. Their target should be the lightless Imperial Star." After incorporating the Figment Monarch, Yang Feng continued to use his identity as the overlord of the lightless starfield to issue orders and search for resources for his use. The Figment Monarch was sent out by Yang Feng to deal with various chores. After all, the Figment Monarch was one of the 3 monarchs of the Feybright race. He was a terrifying existence with a ferocious reputation in the lightless starfield. He's finally here. Now that the Feybright ancestor is dead, all sorts of monsters have jumped out of the lightless starfield. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then his figure collapsed and turned into specks of light and disappeared. Inside the spiritual light palace, a cloud of mist lingered, and Yang Feng appeared on the throne and swept his gaze downwards. On the throne in the spiritual light palace sits one of the 3 monarchs, the Figment Monarch. On the left and right sides of the hall sit 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. One is a stone monkey made of silver stone, and the other is a 10-meter-tall Galaman Star Sea Snake powerhouse with a snake-like head, 3 eyes on his head, and a green torso. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng looked at the 2 powerhouses with the unique arrogance of a Feybright monarch and said coldly, "Bank Stone Monkey Monarch, Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch, what brings you to my Feybright race?" The Bank Earthen and Galaman Star Sea Snake race are powerful races second only to the Feybright race in the lightless starfield. Each race has 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses guarding them. Although the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch and the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch are pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, but they are weaker than the Cloud Monarch and the Figment Monarch. The Bank Stone Monkey Monarch glanced at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. "Cloud Monarch, the Feybright ancestor has died. If you continue to occupy the lightless Imperial Star, you'll only get yourself killed. Leave the lightless Imperial Star now." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he turned hostile and said coldly, "You trash want to compete with us for the lightless Imperial Star? Believe it or not, I won't let you leave the lightless Imperial Star alive today." As soon as Yang Feng's words fell, tyrannical transcendent rank breaths erupted from the sacred spirit palace. Although the Feybright race has experienced the death of the Feybright ancestor and the destruction of their defensive barrier, but they still have many experts. In the sacred spirit palace, even if a quasi-holy step powerhouse comes, under the siege of countless Feybright experts, only death will await them if they don't escape. The Bank Stone Monkey Monarch's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and he sneered, "Cloud Monarch, this is the will of the Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy, and the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy." The Figment Monarch's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy, and the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy? How is that possible? Didn't they die long ago?" The Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch said with a cold smile. At the time, the Feybright ancestor hunted geniuses who could promote to the quasi-holy step in the lightless starfield. The 2 quasi-holies of our race were forced to fake their deaths and hide in other starfields. Eventually, they had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the quasi-holy step. "Cloud Monarch, for the sake of you assassinating the Feybright ancestor, I can make the decision to let the Feybright race leave the lightless Imperial Star safely. Otherwise, if you shed all pretense of cordiality, you should know what will happen." The Figment Monarch's face turned unsightly. The Figment Monarch and the Cloud Monarch, together with their direct subordinates, can indeed contend against quasi-holy step powerhouses. However, the Feybright powerhouses cannot stay together at all times. Moreover, if the 2 powerful races, the Bank Earthen race and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race, join forces, even if they attack the Feybright race at this time, they have a 70% chance of winning. Without the protection of the Feybright ancestor, the Feybright race has become a huge piece of meat. Everyone wants to take a bite out of them. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy and the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy? Since I dared to assassinate the Feybright ancestor, I was prepared. I also have the support of a quasi-holy step powerhouse. A quasi-holy step aura spread from the sacred spirit palace and enveloped the hall. A quasi-holy step powerhouse. The complexion of the Galaman swallowing star monarch and the bank stone monkey monarch changed dramatically, and shock shimmered in their eyes. There is a huge gap between a Feybright race with a quasi-holy step powerhouse and a Feybright race without a quasi-holy step powerhouse. The Feybright race has deep underlying strength to begin with a quasi-holy step powerhouse keeping watch. The bank earthen race and the Galaman star sea snake race don't dare to act rashly. I am the bank dragon stone quasi-holy. May I ask which quasi-holy friend is in the sacred spirit palace? 2 quasi-holy step fluctuations of power came from outside, and a domineering voice shrouded the sacred spirit palace. The figment monarch's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he looked at Yang Feng without batting an eyelid. The Feybright race's various source energy barriers were destroyed during the Cloud Monarch's rebellion. The traitors lurking in the Feybright race destroyed everything that could be destroyed, and even the Cloud Monarch cannot control them. Now that half of the Sacred Spirit Palace's defensive barriers have collapsed, it will take a lot of resources and time to restore them. It was precisely because of this that the 2 half-step saint experts were able to come and go as they pleased in the Sacred Spirit Palace, as if there was no one there. A strange and ethereal voice came from the Sacred Spirit Palace. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that the Feybright race is under my protection. They will still be the overlords of the lightless starfield. The 2 of you please leave here. Otherwise, once we start fighting, and you see my true power, only one of us will be able to survive. The Phantom Ruler has distorted the Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy's voice. Even those closest to him can't recognize his voice. The Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy and the Tier 3 Hive are related to the secret of Yang Feng's identity as a powerhouse from the other universe. Once he takes action, Yang Feng must kill the enemy, erase their memories, and implant a soul brand to control them. The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy uttered solemnly. We are of equal strength. If we fight to the death here, it will only benefit other minor races. Let's do it this way. We will each send 5 subordinates to fight in a best-of-5 format. The first to win 3 matches wins. If you win, our 2 races will leave the lightless Imperial Star immediately. Originally, with the power of the Bank Earthen race and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race, they would have a 70% chance of success in storming the lightless Imperial Star. But now there is a mysterious quasi-holy step powerhouse behind the Cloud Monarch, who knows how much power he has hidden. The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy became cautious at once. In the Gamana universe, when 2 powerful races fight to the death, they are besieged by some minor races, who divide up all their resources, and then take the opportunity to rise. The Feybright ancestor fought the 4 quasi-holies and 11 warlock monarch rank powerhouses of the anti-Feybright race, and then was plotted against by the Cloud Monarch, which was how Yang Feng took the opportunity to assassinate him. If the Feybright ancestor was at his peak, he would have sensed Yang Feng's killing intent, and then slapped him to death. The Dark Gorge Quasi-Holy uttered coldly. Okay, but none of us can take action. 3 rays of light shone, and a 20-meter-tall silver stone giant made of silver stone appeared. A 20-meter-tall snake giant with 3 snake heads appeared. A 3-meter-tall silver-bladed stone golem with silver blades all over its body, and a sharp aura appeared in the hall. When the Figment Monarch saw the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses that suddenly appeared, his countenance changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. So strong. Each of them is a Pinnacle Star Monarch rank powerhouse. I'm afraid that they are even stronger than the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch and the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch. The 3 Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are only a step away from advancing to the quasi-holy step. The Figment Monarch isn't 100% sure that he can defeat them. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and light flashed, and the hall was enveloped in teleportation light. Rays of light flashed, and everyone in the hall was teleported to the surroundings of an incomparably huge dueling arena. Yang Feng is sitting on the throne in the arena, and there are two mysterious figures shrouded in black cloaks on his left and right. I am the Silver Blade's monarch, who dares to fight me? With a flash of silver light, the silver stone golem appeared on the arena like a ghost and stared at Yang Feng with an unruly expression, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. The silver stone giant grinned and said, "Interesting, who will he send?" The snake giant with 3 snake heads sneered, "The Figment Monarch? Against the Silver Blade's monarch, only death awaits him." Chapter 958. Those gazes turned to look at the Figment Monarch, revealing traces of mockery. The Figment Monarch was proficient in the power of the soul, but not in direct combat. The Silver Blade's monarch was clearly an agility-type powerhouse with high attack power. If the Silver Blade's monarch prepared a powerful treasure that could defend against mind spells, then the Figment Monarch would be in danger. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "The Vajra Monarch will fight." "Yes, master." The figure of a 3-meter-tall Vajra ruler, who is dressed in a black armor and exudes an unsophisticated aura, fluttered, and it appeared in the arena. After Yang Feng obtained the treasure trove of the Fabrite ancestor and the Fabrite race, he obtained countless precious minerals. When the Vajra ruler was born, it possessed Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. A hint of solemnity flashed in the eyes of a silver stone giant as he slowly said, "Who is he? Why isn't there such a person in the intelligence report?" The 3-headed snake giant said indifferently, "I don't know. However, with the foundation of the Fabrite race, it's not unusual for them to recruit 1 or 2 StarCraft experts. The Fabrite race is a race that dominates the lightless starfield. If it wasn't for the Fabrite ancestor consuming a huge amount of resources and strict control, the Fabrite race would have more than 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. With the Fabrite race's underlying strength, as long as they are willing to pay the price, recruiting a few Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses is nothing." Yang Feng said, "Begin." With a flash of silver light, the Silver Blade's monarch appeared in front of the Vajra ruler in an instant, and slashed at the Vajra ruler with the law of beheading. The Figment Monarch's heart trembled slightly. If he were to face such an attack, he would definitely not be able to dodge it. What incredible speed! It's too fast! Clang! With a crisp sound, an unbelievable scene appeared. The Silver Blade's monarch's blade strike, which can easily cut a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse in half, was blocked by the Vajra ruler with one hand. The silver blade only sank about 1 centimeter into the Vajra ruler's right hand. A look of shock flashed through the silver stone giant's eyes. What terrifying defensive power! A hint of fear flashed in the 3-headed snake giant's eyes. What a terrifying monster! The Bankstone Monkey King's heart was also filled with astonishment. Where did the Cloud King recruit such a monster? Its defense is too terrifying. In the void, the 2 terrifying auras of half-step saints also locked onto the Vajra ruler with curiosity. The Silver Blade's monarch's attack power was so terrifying that even a half-step saint expert would not dare to let him slash them. Die! The Silver Blade's monarch seemed to have been greatly insulted. His body suddenly swayed, and his speed increased by another 3 times. In an instant, countless afterimages of the Silver Blade's monarch appeared around the Vajra ruler, and slashed at the Vajra ruler. Dang! 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 A series of crisp sounds came from the Vajra ruler's body. In that instant, it had been slashed thousands of times, and thousands of saber scars appeared on its body. At the 3,400th slash, the Vajra ruler took a step forward and punched out. The punch was enveloped in an extremely terrifying profundity of power that could crush everything. It crushed the stars and suppressed everything as it smashed towards the Silver Blade's monarch. "You're looking to die." The Silver Blade's monarch's face changed, and he could no longer hide his strength. With a roar, he slashed with his saber, and a silver saber light tore through the void. The saber light contained the power to cut through everything slashed at the Vajra ruler. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the Vajra ruler's right arm was cut in 2 by the Silver Blade's monarch. Its body was also cut in two by the Silver Blade's monarch. The Silver Blade's monarch was also sent flying by dozens of kilometers by the terrifying power, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. If not for the space enchantment in the arena, which formed a space of its own, he would have disappeared long ago. After the Vajra ruler was cut in two, its black organs were exposed, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. However, the powerhouses present are all experienced and knowledgeable, and none of them found this strange. In the vast universe, there are many strange life forms and strange existences. The bank earthen powerhouses are all silicon-based life forms born from stones. As soon as the Vajra ruler was cut in two, a spatial badge on its back opened, and countless precious strengthening ores were absorbed into its body. Countless runes appeared on the Vajra ruler's body. With every breath of time, it evolved and became stronger. The terrifying wound left by the Silver Blade's monarch healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shit! I must kill it. When the Silver Blade's monarch saw this scene, an unknown premonition welled up inside him. He blurred into motion, turned into a silver ray, and slashed at the Vajra ruler with a blade containing the essence of slash. Countless runes shone, and a giant black shield appeared in the Vajra ruler's hand. It raised the giant black shield and blocked in front of it. Countless rare ores poured into its body, making it evolve and become stronger. Ding! When the Silver Blade's monarch slashed at the giant black shield, the fearsome essence of slash split the giant black shield. The Vajra ruler reached out with its hand and crushed the Silver Blade ray, which has already consumed most of its power. A despairing scene appeared. A steady stream of matter squirmed out of the Vajra ruler's body and entered the giant black shield, causing the black shield to repair itself quickly. The Silver Blade's monarch moved and slashed at the giant black shield again in a strange way. Containing the essence of slash, he slashed at the giant black shield that was about to break. Ding! This time, the Silver Blade's monarch slashed open a huge hole on the giant black shield, but it still managed to block the Silver Blade's monarch's blade strike, which can even cut through a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Furious, the Silver Blade's monarch urged the essence of slash and slashed at the Vajra ruler from all kinds of incredible angles. Under the frenzied attacks of the Silver Blade's monarch, the Vajra ruler's giant black shield cracked and repaired itself. Behind the Vajra ruler, countless rare ores entered its body and constantly strengthened it. The silver giant's eyes shimmered with apprehension, and it uttered in a deep voice, "It's evolving!" An unsightly expression on his face, the three-headed snake giant uttered, "What a terrible fellow!" The Silver Blade's monarch's attacks are becoming less and less effective against him. Originally, the Silver Blade's monarch could split the giant black shield with one strike. But as time went on, it now takes 5 strikes in a row to barely split the giant black shield. Go to hell! When the Silver Blade's monarch saw that the Vajra ruler was getting stronger and more terrifying, he gritted his teeth and flew dozens of kilometers into the sky. He frantically burned his life source and descended from the sky like a meteor. He slashed out 9 times in a row. The 9 slashes combined into one, containing the profound meaning of beheading, and slashed at the Vajra ruler. Looking at the Silver Blade's monarch indifferently, the Vajra ruler raised the giant black shield, which was riddled with scars, and then healed in an instant. The silver giant's face fell, and he cried out. He hid his strength. Damn it! The three-headed snake giant's face fell as well. He hid his strength before, in order to consume the Silver Blade's monarch's power. Essences are the trump cards of powerful existences. Every time the Silver Blade's monarch uses an essence to attack the Vajra ruler, he consumes a lot of his power. At this time, the Silver Blade's monarch, who can no longer stop, slashed at the Vajra ruler's giant black shield with his full power. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a fearsome shockwave spread in all directions. How is this possible? Impossible. How can his defense be so terrifying? How is this possible? Under the shocked gazes, the huge black shield only had an additional slash, half a centimeter deep, after withstanding the Silver Blade's king's slash, which he had unleashed by burning his origin energy. The Silver Blade's monarch's eyes flashed with incredulity, and he roared wildly. No! Impossible! The Silver Blade's monarch is proficient in the essence of slash. Coupled with his extremely fast speed, he has been running amok in the world. He is confident that as long as he doesn't run into a Holy Spirit Warlock rank bigwig, he won't fear any existence. This time, the Galaman giant snake Quasi-Holy took out a treasure that tempted him, which is why he decided to cooperate with the Galaman giant snake Quasi-Holy. The giant black shield suddenly disappeared, and the Vajra ruler, a cold expression on his face, slammed a fist containing the essence of power into the Silver Blade's monarch. The essence of power erupted in an instant and crushed the Silver Blade's monarch into pieces. What a fearsome powerhouse! Where on earth did the Cloud Monarch recruit such a powerhouse? This monster's defense is probably comparable to that of a top quasi-imperishable steppe powerhouse. Shocked gazes came from the side and focused on the Vajra ruler. Even the two quasi-holy steppe powerhouses looked at the Vajra ruler with apprehension in their eyes. Despite how tyrannical they are, they don't dare to stay in place and block the Silver Blade's monarch's desperate attack by burning his origin force. The Silver Stone Giant took a deep look at the Vajra ruler, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension and graveness. We have already sent people to fight. Now it's your turn, Cloud Monarch. After the Silver Blade's monarch was slain by the Vajra ruler, the powerhouses recruited by the two insufferably arrogant races finally began to pay attention to Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng said flatly, "Lia, come and fight." Yes. The black cloak fluttered, and the angel empress Mycelia, dressed in white armor, full of a holy, noble, and elegant aura, appeared on the arena, with a pure white angel sword in her hand. Chapter 959. Allow me. The three-headed snake giant took a step forward, appeared in the arena, stared at Mycelia, showed a ferocious smile, and licked his lips. I am the three-headed snake monarch. I like to torture and kill beautiful female powerhouses like you. The skulls of 30,000 female powerhouses have already become part of my collection. Your skull will become one of my best collections. Mycelia frowned and said coldly, You make me sick. No, I think you'll like me soon. I'll let you taste the most extreme pain and despair. The eyes of the three-headed snake monarch shimmered with a ferocious and frenzied shade. Countless runes appeared on one of its heads, and a huge eyeball emerged and locked on Mycelia, exuding disgusting light. Ring after ring of strange black light emanated from the huge eyeball, transforming into all sorts of mystical strengthening origin energy that strengthened the three-headed demon serpent king's body, causing its aura to become even more terrifying. Mycelia raised her eyebrows and looked coldly at the three-headed snake monarch like an iceberg. Yang Feng uttered, Begin. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, I'm faster than the Silver Blade's monarch. A cold voice suddenly sounded, and the three-headed serpent king strangely appeared behind Mycelia with a mocking expression. Without any tender feelings for the fairer sex, it thrust its claw at Mycelia's heart. At this moment, one of the heads of the three-headed snake monarch suddenly split and turned into dozens of snake-like snake heads that shot towards Mycelia from different directions. A poisonous mist containing the essence of poison pervaded the snake heads. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be poisoned and suffer unbearable pain when bitten by the snake heads containing the essence of poison, and their strength will drop by more than 60%. The three-headed snake monarch's attack is terrifying to the extreme. If caught unprepared, many junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will be insta-killed. If Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't respond properly, they may also be killed by the three-headed snake monarch. Is this your full strength? Too weak. A cold glint flashed in Mycelia's eyes, and she swung her sword behind her. A white sword light enveloped by the terrifying power of the profound mysteries of power slashed apart the poisonous mist that contained the profound mysteries of poison. Then, it took the opportunity to flash past the three-headed devil snake king's body. The three-headed demonic snake monarch became motionless, and a thin line appeared between its eyebrows. With a look of horror and despair on its face, Its body crumbled inch by inch. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? The three-headed devil snake king's face was filled with despair. It let out a mournful shriek as its body crumbled inch by inch, turning into dust. Only a cyan poison pearl remained, falling to the ground. Instant kill. The three-headed demonic snake king was instantly killed. Who was this woman? How could it be so terrifying? So powerful. I'm afraid his strength is already comparable to a half-saint. Stunned, the bank stone monkey monarch and the Galaman swallowing star monarch looked at Mykelia, unable to believe their eyes. The three-headed devil snake monarch has mastered the essence of poison. Even among warlock monarch rank powerhouses he is at the top. The bank stone monkey monarch and the Galaman swallowing star monarch are not his opponents. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Mykelia's battle prowess can be rated as heaven-defying. So strong. What is the origin of this woman? What a fearsome powerhouse. This woman's battle prowess is probably on par with ours. In the sky, the bank dragon stone quasi-holy and the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy focused their gazes on Mykelia, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of ecstasy. So strong. So this is the battle prowess of an angel empress. How fearsome. No wonder she's known as one of the strongest weapons of war. Angel empresses possess astonishing evolutionary potential and outstanding battle prowess. Yang Feng is well aware of this. He is confident that Mykelia can defeat the three-headed devil snake monarch. However, the fact that Mykelia was able to insta-kill the three-headed devil snake monarch with a sword strike is beyond his expectations. At this time, although Mykelia is a pinnacle warlock monarch rank existence, but she can already be regarded as a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Mykelia beckoned with her hand, and the three-headed devil snake monarch's poison bead flew into her lily-white hand. With a flash, she appeared beside Yang Feng and stood quietly, exuding a fearsome aura. The bank stone monkey monarch frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. What a fearsome powerhouse! Where did the cloud monarch recruit such a fearsome powerhouse? The Galaman swallowing star monarch narrowed his eyes, and his gaze moved back and forth between the Vajra ruler and Mykelia. To be able to have such a fearsome powerhouse serve him, the cloud monarch seems to have sided with a fearsome force. Whether it is the Vajra ruler's fearsome defense, or Mykelia's overwhelming strength and terror, these two pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses can completely crush the bank stone monkey monarch and the Galaman swallowing star monarch. Only in the 3 divine realms and 18 sacred realms can you find a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse who can contend with Mykelia and the Vajra ruler. A trifling Feybright race is not qualified to recruit such a fearsome powerhouse. Bank dragon stone quasi-holy, Galaman giant snake quasi-holy. Your opponents are too strong. I'm sorry, but I don't want to lose my life for the sake of the giant star brilliant bead. Goodbye. The silver giant was silent for a while, then waved his hand, and a 100-meter in diameter bead radiating bright starlight flew into the sky. The silver giant's figure fluttered, and he turned into a silver ray and disappeared. The hatred between the Bank Earthen tribe, the Galaman Star Sea Snake tribe, and the Feybright tribe was as deep as the sea. During the competition in the arena, everyone did their best to kill each other and weaken each other's strength at all costs. When the silver giant saw his 2 companions die tragically at the hands of the Vajra ruler and Mykelia, he decisively gave up the treasure he has been pursuing and chose to leave. Seeing the silver giant flee without a fight, the bank stone monkey monarch and the Galaman swallowing star monarch fell into an awkward situation. None of them is a match for the cloud monarch and the figment monarch. If they go to the arena, only death will await them. The voice of the bank dragon stone quasi-holy came from the sky. We admit defeat in this competition. I'll give the lightless imperial star to you. The figment monarch secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over. After the internal strife, the Feybright race has suffered great losses. As the guardian of the Feybright race, the Feybright ancestor died at the hands of Yang Feng's avatar of the Cloud Monarch. The various barriers on the lightless Imperial Star are broken and have yet to be fully repaired. At this time, the Feybright race is at its weakest. The Figment Monarch doesn't want to clash with the Bank Earthen race and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. Just admit defeat? Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy. Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy. You forced your way into our sacred land without the permission of the Feybright race. If you lose, you can just walk away without paying any price. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy looked at Yang Feng coldly from the void and asked frigidly, "What do you want?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a cold smile. "Of course I want you to die here." At this moment, the beautiful eyes of Mykelia standing next to Yang Feng radiated resplendent light, and she took a step forward. As if crossing the void, she appeared in front of the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch and slashed at him with a sword containing the essence of power. Caught off guard, the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch was covered in source energy shields, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his scales, strengthening his defenses. The dazzling sword light flashed, and the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch's source energy shields shattered one by one. A thin line appeared in the center of his body, and along the thin line, the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch's body crumbled inch by inch, and he died. Mykelia's speed is too terrifying. After she slayed the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch, the Vajra ruler is still 20 meters away from the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch. Cloud Monarch, do you want a feud between the Feybright race, the Bank Earthen race, and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race? The Bank Stone Monkey Monarch's face fell, and he blurred into motion and split into thousands of avatars that fled in different directions. At the same time he roared wildly, "As long as I kill all of you, what else do you have to be a match for the Feybright race?" With a flash of contempt in his eyes, Yang Feng operated a karma spell with a huge gold spear in his hand and threw it at the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch. The huge gold spear shot out in an instant, stabbed an avatar of the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch, and pierced through its heart. In an instant, the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch's true body screamed and spewed out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Mykelia appeared in front of the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch's true body at lightning speed and slashed at him with her sword. "Stop!" The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy's shocked and angry voice came from the void, and a 10,000-meter-long stone dragon, containing the essence of power, barreled towards Mykelia. If Mykelia insists on killing the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch, then the stone dragon will be able to seriously injure her. Chapter 960. With a flash of black light, the Vajra ruler appeared behind Mykelia in a flash with a giant black shield in hand, and raised the shield to block the attack. Countless runes flew out of the giant black shield and formed a semicircular black boundary. Boom! The incomparably terrifying stone dragon fiercely slammed into the black semicircular barrier, destroying it in one strike. Then, it slammed into the black giant shield, causing an earth-shattering explosion to erupt. The Vajra ruler was blasted to the ground by the fearsome blow, and a terrible pit opened under its feet. However, it didn't suffer any injuries, and just stood there quietly. At that moment, a sword ray flashed in Mykelia's hand, and the peerlessly domineering and fast flashed past the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch. The Bank Stone Monkey Monarch's magic shields collapsed one after another. With a look of horror and despair on his face, his body collapsed inch by inch and he died. Cloud Monarch. The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy's roar of shock and anger came from the sky, and fearsome sound waves enveloped the Sacred Spirit Palace. In some places in the Sacred Spirit Palace, without defensive barriers, existences weaker than the Great Warlock rank were shocked to death by the Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy's roar of shock and anger. The eyes of the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy shimmered frigidly, and he uttered resentfully, "Cloud Monarch, I will never forget what happened today. I swear that I will use all my strength to exterminate every single one of your Feybright clansmen, leaving not a single one alive." The Bank Earthen race and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race each have only 2 or 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. the Bankstone Monkey Monarch, and the Galaman Swallowing Star Monarch, are the strongest powerhouses of the two races apart from the two quasi-holies. The slaying of the two Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses by Mycelia is a huge loss for the two races. At the same time, it sows a huge hidden danger for the two races. Take the Feybright race for example. When the Feybright ancestor died, the surrounding races pounced on the Feybright race like hungry wolves, wanting to take a bite out of the fat meat that is the Feybright race. Once the Bank Earthen race and the Galaman Star Sea Snake race declined, countless races would pounce on them, wanting to tear them to pieces. Two rays of light flashed, and the Bank Dragonstone Quasi-Holy and the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy frantically fled outside the lightless Imperial Star. The two Quasi-Saints were shrewd, and Mycelia alone was enough to fight any one of them. Although the Vajra ruler's attack power was low, its defensive power was frighteningly high. Coupled with the quasi-holy step powerhouses hidden in the lightless Imperial Star, and the countless Feybright experts, if they stay here, they may really be killed by Yang Feng. Rays of black light flashed faintly, and a black boundary suddenly appeared that enveloped the entire lightless Imperial Star. The two half-step saint experts collided head-on with the black boundary, and were forcibly sent flying, revealing their figures. Bank Dragonstone Sage to be was shocked and angry at the same time. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sealing Origin Barrier. Such a powerful sealing barrier. Damn it! When had the Feybright race mastered sealing origin energy barriers? This is a top sealing source energy barrier. Sealing source energy barrier is a fearsome ability of the Tier 3 hive, which can create a sealed space, enabling the Gamana universe's elite experts to capture enemies within the sealed space. At the time, if Yang Feng hadn't used the Empyrean grade secret treasure, the God Slayer White Jade Sword to seriously damage the Tier 3 hive before it fully exerted its power, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. A cold ray flashed in the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy's eyes, and countless runes appeared on his body. He revealed his true form, and turned into a 100,000-meter-long Galaman Star Sea Snake, with a poisonous black horn on his head, and scales larger than a house. After the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy revealed his true form, he suddenly burst out, and slammed into the black barrier, carrying the essence of power. When the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy slammed into the barrier with all his strength, countless runes emerged on the black barrier, which condensed into a projection of the lightless Imperial Star and, as if it had become the lightless Imperial Star, collided with the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking explosion, the projection of the lightless Imperial Star trembled slightly. Many places on the lightless Imperial Star experienced earthquakes, mountains collapsed, waterfalls flowed in reverse, and tsunamis rose into the sky. The Tier 3 hive is one of the strongest weapons developed by the Gamana universe, and it possesses all kinds of incredible powers. One of its abilities is to integrate with the plane it is in, extract the power of the entire plane, and exert all kinds of incredible powers. The Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Holy's attack is equivalent to contending against all the powerhouses in the Tier 3 hive, and part of the lightless Imperial Star's plane force. Naturally, he cannot win. At the time, when the Gamana universe's vanguard brought the Tier 3 hive to the 777th floor of the abyss, the Succubus Empress deprived the Tier 3 hive of its ability to absorb the abyssal force of the 777th floor. As a result, Yang Feng used the Empyrean grade secret treasure God Slayer White Jade Sword to seriously injure the Tier 3 hive. Countless strange runes appeared on the Bank Dragonstone Quasi-Holy's body, and he transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall green jade giant, with a body as smooth as jade, as if he had been forged from green jade. He brandished a 10,000-meter-long green jade axe, and slashed at the black sealing source energy boundary with the essence of power. Boom! Under the Bank Dragonstone Quasi-Holy's all-out attack, the black sealing source energy boundary set off ripples. On the surface of the lightless Imperial Star, many places experienced earthquakes, mountains collapsed, the earth cracked and magma gushed out. Boom! On a vast square in the Sacred Spirit Palace, the earth suddenly cracked open, and the Tier 3 hive emerged. As soon as the Tier 3 hive appeared, the beehive-like hole squirmed slightly and condensed into a mysterious demonic eye. When the demonic eye looked at the two quasi-holies in the sky, endless black light shone and formed an endless sea of darkness that engulfed the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy and the Galaman Giant Snake quasi-holy in an instant. The endless sea of darkness is filled with dark force that rejects all other forces. The experts of the Dark Sea race could absorb the darkness energy within the endless ocean of darkness to fight, while the other experts would be corroded and weakened by the endless ocean of darkness. Only a portion of the special experts could ignore the darkness energy. The radiance on Mycelia's body flickered, and a terrifying law of darkness shrouded her. Her figure fluttered, and she flew into the endless sea of darkness, appeared in front of the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy, and stabbed at the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy with a sword containing the essence of darkness. Screw off! With a furious roar, the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy brandished the huge green jade battle axe, operated the essence of power, and slashed at Mycelia. Mycelia operated the essence of darkness and silently blended into the darkness, disappearing from where she stood in an instant. The Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy's attack had shattered the endless sea of darkness within a radius of 100 miles. Yet it did not even touch Mycelia's clothes. Mycelia flicked a finger, and the endless sea of darkness trembled, and countless black arrows shot towards the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy and the Galaman Giant Snake quasi-holy from all directions. The Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy roared, brandished his battle axe, operated the essence of power, crushed the surrounding space, and twisted the countless black arrows into pieces. The Galaman Giant Snake quasi-holy opened his huge maw, operated the essence of poison, and fired a green poisonous light that swept towards the black arrows. In the area enveloped by the green poisonous light, everything was corroded and destroyed by the virulent poison. The black arrow was directly destroyed and disappeared. As soon as Mycelia appeared, she disappeared into the endless sea of darkness again. Countless black arrows shot towards the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy and the Galaman Giant Snake quasi-holy like raindrops. The black arrows are formed from dark force. Once a quasi-holy step powerhouse is hit, they will be cursed and weakened. The Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy and the Galaman Giant Snake quasi-holy can only urge their power to crush the black arrows one by one. Urging the essence of darkness, Mycelia drifted erratically in the endless sea of darkness like a fish in water. Unable to lock onto her, the two quasi-holies can only passively resist, unable to fight back. In the special environment of the endless dark sea, Mycelia is fighting two quasi-holies by herself, and yet she still has the upper hand, which surprised Yang Feng. With a flash of light, the Vajra ruler flew towards the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy. Go to hell! When the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy saw the Vajra ruler, his eyes shimmered fiercely. Ignoring Mycelia's threat, he frantically urged the essence of power, brandished the huge green battle axe, and chopped at the Vajra ruler. Naturally, the Vajra ruler is far slower than the angel Empress Mycelia. It silently raised the black giant shield in its hand and blocked in front of it. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the giant black shield in the Vajra ruler's hand was blasted to pieces, and countless cracks appeared on its body. The Vajra ruler fell from the sky and slammed into the earth like a meteor, blasting open a huge hole in the earth. At this moment, strange black arrows pierced through the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy's source energy barrier, stabbed into him, and frantically eroded him. Chapter 961. When the black arrows stabbed into the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy, they turned into countless dark runes that spread inside the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy, like a virus. The runes containing the essence of darkness were as difficult to dispel as maggots in the tarsal bone. Even a powerhouse like the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy found it difficult to dispel the curse. Countless strange dark snakes, arrows, and other strange existences condensed from the essence of darkness, absorbed by the essence of darkness, attacked the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy from all directions, forcing him to brandish his battle axe and chop those strange existences condensed from the essence of darkness into pieces. Under the ground, the Vajra ruler slowly climbed up, and countless rare ores flew out from its back and entered its body. Countless runes emerged on its body, making it adjust, evolve, and become more powerful and fearsome. The cracks on the surface of the Vajra ruler healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the Vajra ruler was fully restored, and it turned into a stream of light and flew towards the banked dragonstone quasi-holy. Bastard break! Eyes shot with blood. The banked dragonstone quasi-holy erupted with anger at being teased by Mycelia in an instant. He brandished his battle axe, operated the essence of power, and slashed at the Vajra ruler. Boom! The banked dragonstone quasi-holy's all-out attack smashed the Vajra ruler's giant black shield, and the Vajra ruler was blasted dozens of kilometers away in an instant. That's evolution. His defense has become even more powerful. The banked dragonstone quasi-holy looked at the Vajra ruler and was taken aback, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. Although the giant black shield in the Vajra ruler's hand was smashed by the banked dragonstone quasi-holy's attack, but there was no crack on its body. However, there was not a single crack on its body. At the same time, countless rare ores continuously entered the Vajra ruler's body, making it even stronger. At the moment when the banked dragonstone quasi-holy was distracted, a dozen-plus black arrows stabbed him. They turned into countless runes that eroded his body and weakened his power. The banked dragonstone quasi-holy's heart shook slightly, and he felt that things were far from reassuring. Damn it, if this goes on, I'll be exhausted to death. At that moment, the Galaman giant snake quasi-sage opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Galaman giant snake quasi-holy ejected a terrifying cyan poisonous light containing the profound meaning of poison, which could easily poison a world to death, from his mouth towards the Vajra ruler. Illuminated by the green light, the Vajra ruler issued sizzling sounds, and its outer layer began to dissolve. If it weren't for the Vajra ruler's astonishing defense and high poison resistance, it would have long been corroded by the cyan poisonous light and turned into a pile of dregs. Mycelia waved her lily-white hand, and arrows formed from the essence of darkness stabbed the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy like raindrops, frantically eroding his power. Vajra ruler Mycelia, you really didn't let me down. Yang Feng looked at the two powerhouses in the sky and raised the corners of his mouth. He stood up and beckoned with his hand, and the shoot the heavens bow appeared in his hand. Countless black threads extended from the Tier 3 hive and linked to Yang Feng, and a virtually endless power poured into Yang Feng from the Tier 3 hive. Yang Feng pulled the shoot the heavens bow, and a resplendent arrow tore through the void and ran through the banked dragonstone quasi-holy in an instant. The 10,000-meter-tall banked dragonstone quasi-holy trembled, and then, as if his soul was run through, he fell from the sky and fell to the ground. In an instant, a copious amount of dark force lurking inside the banked dragonstone quasi-holy suddenly erupted and frantically devoured and eroded the banked dragonstone quasi-holy's power. Yang Feng looked at the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy struggling in the sea of darkness in the sky and uttered flatly, "Galaman giant snake quasi-holy, surrender and serve me. Otherwise, I will wipe out your Galaman star sea snake race. Without you, the Galaman star sea snake race is not a match for the Fabrite race." The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy said with an unruly smile, "Cloud Monarch, you want me to submit? Let me tell you, you don't deserve it." The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy no longer attacked the source energy barrier. Instead, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he opened his maw and fired a green beam containing the essence of poison barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled coldly. A last-ditch struggle. Suddenly, strange black scales engraved with countless runes emerged from the ground, formed a tortoise shield, and opened a black barrier. When the beam containing the essence of poison slammed into the black barrier, it issued sizzling sounds, and the black barrier was corroded and dissolved bit by bit. At this moment, Mycelia pointed with her lily-white hand, and countless beings containing the essence of darkness emerged from the sea of darkness and pounced on the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy. A green barrier emerged from the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy, and resisted the erosion of the strange beings formed from the essence of darkness. You want to capture or kill me? That's an interesting idea. Unfortunately, you can't do it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. With the shoot the heavens bow in hand, he frantically absorbed the power of the Tier 3 hive, drew the bowstring, and locked on the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy. With a flash of light, a beam fired from the shoot the heavens bow tore through the poisonous fog, pierced through the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's barrier, and stabbed into his head. The shoot the heavens bow's attack is aimed at the soul. With this strike, a large hole was blasted open in the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's soul. The huge snake trembled slightly, and then he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. As expected of a holy-grade secret treasure, the shoot the heavens bow is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, with my current strength, if I don't rely on the power of the Tier 3 hive, I can barely kill a quasi-holy before exhausting all my strength. Yang Feng looked at the shoot the heavens bow in his hand with regret in his eyes. As a holy-grade secret treasure, the shoot the heavens bow's power increases with the improvement of the user's strength. However, its consumption is so frightening that even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot use it as a conventional weapon. If it wasn't for the power of the Tier 3 hive, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to shoot 2 arrows in a row and seriously injure the 2 quasi-holies. Of course, quasi-holy step powerhouses are divided into different grades. The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy and the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy have just advanced to the quasi-holy step. Even among quasi-holies, they are among the weakest, which is why they were killed by Yang Feng. If it was a monster-level quasi-holy like Mycelia, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to seriously injure them with an arrow. This time, Yang Feng took advantage of the fact that Mycelia and the Vajra ruler were restraining the 2 quasi-holies to mount a sneak attack and achieve success in one fell swoop. The souls of the 2 quasi-holies have been seriously injured. Their lives are of little use to me. In that case, let's get rid of them. Yang Feng took a deep look at the 2 quasi-holies, took a step forward, and suddenly appeared in front of the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy. He brandished a sword containing the essence of power, slashed at the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's neck, and chopped his head in 2. A jade bottle flew into the air, and countless mysterious runes appeared on it. The bottle inhaled the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's blood essence. Although the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's head was cut off, and his blood essence was absorbed, he still struggled, unwilling to die. His tyrannical body produced fresh blood, which was then extracted by the blood-sucking jade bottle. The Galaman giant snake quasi-holy is a quasi-holy step powerhouse, and his bloodline is also quasi-holy step bloodline. If a bottle of blood essence of the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy appeared on the Tsangji plain before the Great Tribulation broke out, it would definitely cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. If a bottle of blood essence of a quasi-holy step powerhouse fell into the hands of the Great Cloud Dynasties by family, the Western world's 3 dynasties, and the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, they could spend countless resources to cultivate an infinity warlock. If they were lucky enough, they might even be able to harvest a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Although the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy's soul was severely injured, and his head was cut off, but he still persisted for 2 hours before his blood essence was drained, and he turned into a mummy. His soul was also extracted and sealed by Yang Feng. As soon as the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy died, Yang Feng felt that he was favored by the universe by a notch. Yang Feng glanced at the Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy with a scorching shade in his eyes. The Bank Dragon Stone quasi-holy, this silicon-based life form is made of the most precious minerals. This is a rare heaven and earth variant, the best research object. Let's keep him alive and conduct experiments and analysis on him. Earthen powerhouses are extraordinary beings born from all kinds of stones and minerals. They themselves are top minerals and possess spirituality. They are the favorite materials of the Shizu. If the earthen can be completely analyzed, Shizu technology can be upgraded to a higher level. Yang Feng said flatly, Figment Monarch, The figment monarch couldn't help but respond respectfully. Yes. Seeing Yang Feng kill two quasi-holy step powerhouses in one fell swoop, the figment monarch couldn't help but feel even more awe towards Yang Feng's avatar of the cloud monarch. Yang Feng said, "You stay and guard the lightless imperial star. I will lead troops to attack the Bank Earthen and Galaman star sea snakes." When Yang Feng came to the Gamana universe, he wanted to stir the universe into chaos. The invasion of the two races gave him the best excuse. Naturally, he won't let go of this great opportunity to plunder the two races. The figment monarch replied respectfully, "Yes." Chapter 962. The Galaman star is a celestial body occupied by the Galaman star sea snake race. On the Galaman star, there are forests everywhere and countless extraordinary life forms. In the forests, snake holes of various sizes can be seen everywhere. The Galaman star is a celestial body controlled by the Galaman star sea snake race. However, there are also many extraordinary life forms on this celestial body. Those extraordinary life forms were the food of the Galaman star sea snake clan. The entire Galaman star was covered with countless snake caves, and only a huge city was built on the Galaman capital star. Within the huge city, the roads are very spacious, with each road being more than 900 meters wide. Giant snakes and humanoid Galaman star sea snakes were walking among them. In the Gamana universe, the three eternal sovereigns are the Divine Eyes Eternal, the Wing Eternal, and the Frost Eternal. They maintain their human form at all times, and they also like to exist in human form. Their aesthetic standards have influenced the entire universe. If powerhouses of many races have the ability, they will take human form, which makes it easier to gain recognition in the mainstream society of the Gamana universe. Most Galaman star sea snakes maintain snake form, but transcendent powerhouses at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above maintain human form. A huge fleet flew over from afar and landed on the Galaman star's capital. "People of the Feybright race, I am the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch. What brings you to the Galaman star?" From a lair in the Galaman star's capital, a 10,000-meter-long Galaman star sea boa, which is covered in black scales and exudes Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power, opened its eyes bigger than a house and stared coldly at the Feybright fleet flying in the sky. The Galaman Dark Snake Monarch is a Galaman star sea snake powerhouse who advocates maintaining their true form. As soon as he appeared, countless giant snakes exuding fearsome breath poured out of his lair. Among them, 9 giant snakes with a length of 5,000 to 9,000 meters exude infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. Beneath the ground, there were countless types of demonic snakes. Anyone with trypophobia would be frightened to the point that they couldn't move if they saw the countless demonic snakes. In addition to the swarm of snakes, more than 100,000 Galaman star sea snake powerhouses in human form flew out from the castles, each of them exuding Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power or above. Among the more than 100,000 Galaman star sea snake powerhouses in human form, there are 7 men and 3 women, a total of 10 powerhouses exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. The men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and they all carry a moving charm. The Galaman swallowing star monarch and the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy sneaked into the lightless imperial star and launched a rebellion. Will the Galaman star sea snake surrender or die? Yang Feng's incarnation's transformation into the cloud monarch sea snake race, giant sea snake race, and astral monarch star sea snake race are sitting in a luxurious litter. Mykelia and a dozen-plus beautiful girls of different races sit on the luxurious litter, looking like a beautiful painting. Shock filled the Galaman dark snake monarch, and he cried out, "Impossible! How could you kill the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy? You're lying!" As a quasi-holy step powerhouse, the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy is extremely strong. Unless they encounter a Holy Spirit Warlock rank enemy, they can escape unscathed no matter what kind of danger they encounter. If Yang Feng hadn't used the Tier 3 hive, he wouldn't have been able to keep the Galaman giant snake quasi-holy here. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he tossed the head of the Galaman giant snake quasi-wholly to the ground. That's the Galaman giant snake quasi-wholly. How could this be? This can't be real. The Galaman giant snake quasi-wholly is really dead. When the powerhouses of the Galaman Star Sea Snake clan saw the head of the Galaman giant snake quasi-wholly, their eyes flashed with shock and they cried out. The Galaman giant snake quasi-wholly was the leader of the Galaman Star Sea Snake race, as well as the hope for their race to dominate the lightless starfield. Now that he has died, the Galaman Star Sea Snake race has no right to dominate the lightless starfield. As if he fell into an ice cave, the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch stared at the head of the Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Wholly, trembled slightly and said, "He's dead. The Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Wholly is really dead." The Galaman Giant Snake Quasi-Sage, the Galaman Dark Snake King, knew very well that such a terrifying powerhouse had fallen. The morale of the Galaman Star Sea Snake race has suffered a major blow. The Galaman Dark Snake Monarch hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Sir Cloud Monarch, I understand. Please give us some time to think about it. 10 days after 10 days, I will give you a satisfactory answer." Yang Feng ordered coldly, 10 days? That's too long. Since you don't want to surrender, then go to hell. Do it. The Vajra ruler standing quietly beside Yang Feng suddenly rushed towards the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch with a black shield in hand. Mycelia smiled sweetly, turned into smoke, and silently entered the Vajra ruler's shadow. Angel Empresses have a terrifying characteristic, that is, they can easily master different essences. At this time, Mycelia has mastered 5 essences, namely the essence of power, the essence of darkness, the essence of devour, the essence of space, and the essence of speed. The number of essences she has mastered is already higher than Yang Feng's. At the same time, she has easily mastered the law of shadows. At this time, she is the #1 powerhouse under Yang Feng's command. With a sinister look in his eyes, the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch operated the essence of poison and sprayed green light that can corrode everything on the black shield in the Vajra ruler's hand. When the green light, which can easily poison a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse to death, hit the black shield, it issued sizzling sounds, but it couldn't even corrode the black shield. The Galaman Dark Snake Monarch's eyes flashed with astonishment. How is this possible? The green light, which the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch operated the essence of poison, is highly toxic. If a quasi-holy step powerhouse doesn't open a source energy barrier, then they will be poisoned by the green light. Some quasi-holy step powerhouses with weak poison resistance will even be poisoned to death. For the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch to be unable to harm the Vajra ruler, this is beyond the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch's imagination. In a breath of time, the Vajra ruler appeared in front of the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch. A figure flew out from behind the Vajra ruler and slashed the head of the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch with a sword containing the essence of power. The 10,000-meter-long Galaman Dark Snake Monarch was cut in half by the terrifying sword strike, and its soul was shattered by Mycelia's sword strike. When the Feybright powerhouses poured out of the huge fleet, saw Mycelia slay the Galaman Dark Snake Monarch with a sword strike, they burst into heaven-shaking cheers. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Cloud Monarch also descended from the sky and rushed towards the Galaman Star Sea Snake Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Then, he operated the essence of power and killed the Galaman Star Sea Snake Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Every time a Galaman Star Sea Snake Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is killed, Yang Feng can feel the universe's favor increase by a trace. After witnessing the Angel Empress Mycelia's strength, Yang Feng became more motivated to earn universe's favor. After a day of fierce fighting, the Galaman Star Sea Snake powerhouses were quelled by the Feybright army commanded by Yang Feng, and the entire Galaman celestial body fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Bank Star is a celestial body occupied by the Bank Earthen race. The Bank Star is covered with forests, mountains, and rivers. It is a celestial body full of vitality. The Bank Earthen race is a silicon-based life form, and the core of their body is constructed from various treasure-grade core ores of heaven and earth. However, many bank earthen powerhouses hunt all kinds of extraordinary life forms and eat them to enhance their spirituality. The Green Obsidian City is the capital of the bank earthen race. In the Green Obsidian City, there are large and small stone castles with different characteristics. The smallest stone castle is only a dozen plus meters tall, while the largest is more than 100,000 meters tall. In the sky above Green Obsidian City, rays of light flashed. The huge fleet of the Feybright Expeditionary Army flew over from afar and hovered above Green Obsidian City. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from the fleet and swept downwards. I am the Bank Stone Dragon Monarch. Friends of the Feybright race, what brings you to the Bank Earthen race? A 10,000-meter-long stone dragon, 70% similar to a Western dragon, with 4 pairs of dragon wings, made of yellow jade, and exuding intermediate warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power, flew out of a dragon nest and uttered in a clear voice. Another 9,000-meter-tall one-eyed stone giant, with a huge battle axe in hand, exuding junior warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power, walked out of a huge castle and looked at the Feybright warship in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. After the 2 bank earthen powerhouses appeared, the other bank earthen powerhouses flew out of their castles and looked at the Feybright fleet in the sky with apprehension in their eyes. The Feybright race is the overlord race of the lightless starfield. Having dominated the lightless starfield for more than 100,000 years, their terror has penetrated deep into the hearts of all races. Even though the Feybright ancestor has died, but the other races are still apprehensive of the Feybright race. Yang Feng's cold voice filled the Green Obsidian City. The Bank Stone Monkey Monarch and the Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy invaded the lightless Imperial Star, the capital of the Feybright race. Surrender or die. Chapter 963. The Bank Stone Dragon Monarch's face fell. What, the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch and the Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy are both dead? The shocked gazes of the Bank Earthen focused on Yang Feng and company. The Bank Dragon Stone Quasi-Holy is the patron saint of the Bank Earthen race. Now that he died at the hands of Yang Feng and his party, the entire Bank Earthen race's powerhouses were shocked. The eyes of the Bank Cyclopean Rock Giant Monarch shimmered fiercely, and he roared, "We Bank Earthen race will never yield to anyone. If you want to fight, then we will fight you. Cloud Monarch, are you sure you want to fight us to the point where both sides suffer, and let other races take advantage of us?" Among the Bank Earthen powerhouses, countless Bank Earthen powerhouses erupted with formidable fighting spirit and stared at the Feybright powerhouses in the sky. If you kill 1,000 people, you will suffer 800 casualties. In this universe, the top races won't easily attack each other. Only the Feybright race, which has the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse the Feybright ancestor, dares to attack other weak races unscrupulously. Now that the Feybright ancestor has died, the Bank Cyclopean Rock Giant Monarch doesn't believe that Yang Feng would risk the 2 races to fight a decisive battle against the Bank Earthen race. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Okay, then go to hell. Do it." The Vajra ruler's figure fluttered, and it erupted with fearsome fluctuations of power, and flew towards the Bank Stone Dragon Monarch, with a giant black shield in its hand. The Bank Stone Dragon Monarch's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he opened his maw and belched. A gray beam containing the essence of petrification shot towards the Vajra ruler. When the beam containing the essence of petrification slammed into the Vajra ruler, its outer shell began to petrify inch by inch. Within a few breaths of time, the Vajra ruler forcibly withstood the beam of petrification and flew 100 meters away from the Bank Stone Dragon Monarch. "Go to hell." The Bank Cyclopean Rock Giant Monarch roared, urged the essence of power, and slammed a huge wolf-tooth club into the Vajra ruler's giant black shield. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted, and a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the Vajra ruler, which was like an ant compared to the one-eyed stone giant king, forcibly blocked the earth-shattering attack and remained motionless. A terrifying figure flew out of the Vajra ruler's shadow and appeared in front of the Bank Cyclops monarch in an instant, slashing at the head of the Bank Cyclops monarch. A terrifying sword aura containing the mysteries of power instantly pierced the Bank One-Eyed Stone Giant King's body, shredding it into pieces inch by inch. Even its soul core was shattered. After taking the Bank Cyclops Stone Giant King by surprise, the angel Empress Mycelia blurred into motion, appeared in front of the Bank Cyclops Stone Giant King, and slashed at him with her sword. When the Bank Cyclops Stone Giant King saw how terrifying Mycelia is, his face fell, and he frantically operated the essence of stone and condensed a black stone wall in front of him. Boom! When Mycelia's sword slashed at the black stone wall, the fearsome sword chi cut open a 10-meter deep wound on the Bank Stone Giant King. Countless sword rays and gray light of petrification shone as Mycelia and the Bank Stone Giant King engaged in battle. The Bank Stone Giant King is far from being Mycelia's opponent, but with his rich combat experience, he conjured all kinds of incredible defensive spells and resisted Mycelia's attacks. The Bank Stone Giant King is far weaker than the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch, but at the time in the Sacred Spirit Palace, the Bank Stone Monkey Monarch had no will to fight. His mind was seized, and he wholeheartedly fled, exposing his back to Mycelia, which was how Mycelia insta-killed him. The Bank Stone Giant King, on the other hand, conjured all kinds of defensive spells and entangled with Mycelia. In just a few breaths of time, the Bank Stone Giant King was riddled with wounds, and drops of white stone milk dripped from his wounds. The drops of white stone milk are the blood of the Bank Stone Giant King. Each drop of stone milk is a treasure of heaven and earth. If a level 3 warlock consumes a drop of white stone milk and doesn't die, they can advance to the Great Warlock rank in a single bound. The Vajra ruler flew to the Bank Stone Giant King, urged the essence of power, and slammed a fist containing the essence of power into the Bank Stone Giant King's back. The Bank Stone Giant King was not Mycelia's opponent to begin with. When the Vajra ruler's sneak attack hit his back cracked inch by inch, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. After the Bank Stone Giant King spewed out a large mouthful of white stone milk, he screamed, "Stop! I surrender! I am willing to submit to you, Cloud Monarch. Please have mercy and spare my life. Bastard! Damn traitor! Spineless traitor!" When the Bank Earthen powerhouses saw the Bank Stone Giant King wag his tail at Yang Feng, they became furious at once and cursed. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, some of the Bank Earthen experts decisively used various secret arts to flee in all directions. The Bank Stone Giant King and the Bank Cyclops Stone Giant King, the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, either surrendered or were defeated. If they continue to resist, the Bank Earthen race will only be defeated. Many of the Bank Earthen powerhouses began to flee. Sitting on the luxurious litter, Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Want to escape? It's not that simple. Catch them." The Feybright warship shone brightly. Countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared, and a copious amount of white light sprinkled on the ground and formed a fearsome source energy sealing boundary that firmly sealed this space. The source energy sealing boundary, released by the Feybright fleet, is naturally far from comparable to the source energy sealing boundary released by the Tier 3 hive. But it is enough to trap earthen powerhouses below the Bright World Warlock rank. The dense army of camouflaged dazzling light units led by the dazzling rulers surged out like a tide and madly attacked the Bank Earthen powerhouses. Under the resonance of the dazzling rulers, the dazzling light units were extremely fierce. They were like sharp blades that easily sliced through the Bank Earthen powerhouses, slaughtering them without restraint. The Bank Stone Dragon Monarch watched as the dazzling light entities easily suppressed and captured the Bank Earthen like chickens and dogs. He was dumbfounded, his eyes flashing with shock. So strong! Where did the Cloud Monarch recruit so many experts? The average strength of the swarm of dazzling light units is above the Bright World Warlock rank. Even if the Mechanical Legion besieged a Quasi-Holy Steppe powerhouse, if the Quasi-Holy Steppe powerhouse didn't escape, they would die. Yang Feng glanced at the bank stone dragon monarch and said coldly, "Release your soul and let me set a soul brand." "Yes, Your Majesty." The bank stone dragon monarch sighed slightly and opened his soul, and a white jade stone projection engraved with the image of a western dragon suddenly appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes suddenly appeared, pierced into the bank stone dragon monarch's soul, and set up a soul brand. When the bank stone dragon monarch surrendered, the bank earthen race only resisted for a day before their main force was completely suppressed by Yang Feng. Only some bank earthen powerhouses, scattered in other parts of the bank star, were lucky enough to escape. After occupying the bank star, Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he operated the fate algorithm without hesitation, and the invisible universe's favor shrouding him suddenly disappeared. In this direction, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, and appeared in a barren mountain range with sparse life magic energy, and an extremely harsh environment. There are no green plants to be seen. "It's here." Yang Feng came to in front of an unremarkable 100-meter tall mountain, operated the law of earth, and merged with the mountain. Once he entered the mountain peak, a vast square appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the square, there was a pond formed from 10,000-year snowstone milk. In the center of the pond, there was a 30-meter tall natural 9 apertures divine stone that continuously inhaled and exhaled life magic energy. Strands of terrifying energy rippled out from the natural god stone. Yang Feng looked at the natural god stone. His eyes erupted with brilliant light, and he revealed a smile. This is a powerful earthen powerhouse in the process of being born. It has yet to give birth to wisdom. However, it is definitely a powerful earthen with infinite potential. Interesting. Let me nurture him, and see what kind of monster I can nurture. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, cut his right hand, forced out a drop of blood essence, and pointed at the natural god stone. The drop of blood essence flew to the natural god stone, and was directly absorbed by it. Mysteriously, a mysterious connection linked Yang Feng with the natural god stone, and a feeling of intimacy came from the natural god stone. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a 10-meter-long ice coffin with the bank dragon stone quasi-holy sealed inside appeared. Yang Feng used a spell to shrink the bank dragon stone quasi-holy's body to about 8 meters in size, which is how he can fit into the ice coffin. Yang Feng took out the bank dragon stone quasi-holy's body, stabbed with his right hand into the other party's heart, and dug out a fist-sized silver jade. Chapter 964. As soon as the cyan precious jade was dug out, it flew directly above the natural god stone. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and black light shone on the green jade. The cyan jade burst out with dazzling light, and drops of cyan liquid dripped onto the heavenly god stone. Every time the natural god stone absorbed a drop of the green liquid, its aura strengthened by a fraction, and it emitted pleasant fluctuations. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, 20 imperishable grade source crystals flew to the natural god stone. A terrifying suction force gushed out from the divine stone, and enveloped the 20 imperishable grade source crystals, continuously extracting the power of the 20 imperishable grade source crystals. Yang Feng took out the treasures of heaven and earth that are beneficial to the earthen race, and threw them to the place where the natural god stone is, letting it absorb them. As if there is no limit to its power, the natural god stone kept absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth, and its aura became more and more terrifying. Staying quietly in the stone cave, Yang Feng threw all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth into the natural god stone to nourish it. In the lightless starfield, the bank earthen race and the Galaman star sea snake race were wiped out, causing a huge sensation. The races that participated in the siege of the Feybright ancestor chose to flee the lightless starfield. More races sent emissaries, with a large number of rare tributes to the lightless imperial star, to pay tribute to the Feybright race, and express their submission. One of Yang Feng's avatars turned into the Cloud Monarch, who sat in the lightless starfield, and instructed other races in the lightless starfield to collect all kinds of treasures that can strengthen earthen. Yang Feng plundered the treasury of the bank earthen race, took out all the top treasures that can strengthen earthen, and put them into strengthening the natural god stone. At the same time, with the help of the Feybright race, Yang Feng frantically collected the resources of the lightless starfield and manufactured a large number of fifth-generation battle robots. The lightless starfield is a vast starfield that can give birth to Holy Spirit warlocks and has abundant resources. It is not inferior to the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks. In the lightless starfield, Yang Feng's words carry enormous weight. It was equivalent to becoming the overlord of the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks. The mechanical legion was increasing at every moment. A month later, on a whim, Yang Feng took out the Saint Essence crystals left behind by the Feybright ancestor after the Devourer devoured it. The gold Saint Essence crystals contain imperishable rank power and formidable soul force of the Feybright ancestor. They are treasures Yang Feng, prepared to attack the quasi-holy step. Now that he has a mysterious feeling, he threw the Saint Essence crystals next to the natural god stone without hesitation. As soon as the Saint Chi crystals landed beside the divine stone, they were immediately absorbed by it. When all the Saint Chi crystals were absorbed, the divine stone suddenly shone brightly and countless mysterious and strange runes appeared on its surface. At the same time, an incomparably powerful vitality slowly awakened from the divine stone. A terrifying devouring force came from the natural divine stone once again, devouring all the imperishable grade source crystals around it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the natural god stone cracked, and a devastatingly beautiful woman with waist-length black hair, sparkling and translucent skin as white as jade, a sexy and fiery figure, and huge and erect twin peaks suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. That devastatingly beautiful and peerless beauty slightly opened her beautiful eyes, and a terrifying fluctuation of semi-sage level power spread out from her body. Big brother, I am sure you. Rays of white jade-like light shone, and a set of luxurious and exquisite pure white dress made of jade appeared on Shiryu's body, making her look incomparably pure, noble, and elegant. She was devastatingly beautiful and extremely beautiful. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng has seen countless beautiful women, but in terms of appearance and temperament, only Shi Shui, the angel empress Mykelia, the succubus empress, and a few others can match Shiryu in terms of appearance and temperament. Yang Feng looked at Shiryu. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of excitement. So strong! The quasi-holy step heavenly spirit stone emperor, a monarch of the earthen race. That's great! As silicon-based life forms, earthen are powerful existences born, due to various opportunities and coincidences. The aptitude and fighting strength of earthen powerhouses far exceed that of ordinary races. They can stand side by side with angels, dragons, and other powerful races. They are powerful existences at the top of the universe food chain. Heavenly spirit stone emperors are freaks among freaks, monarchs among monarchs. In the world of warlocks, there are a total of 5 records of heavenly spirit stone emperors. 3 of them are legends handed down from the Age of Eternal and the Age of Archgods. Of the 3 legends, heavenly spirit stone emperors are warlock emperor rank existences. Among them, a warlock emperor rank powerhouse called the Sky Spirit Stone Emperor once fought with the Eternal One, and was finally quelled and killed by the Eternal One. The other 2 are heavenly spirit stone emperors from the 8 warlock dynasties eras. The 2 heavenly spirit stone emperors eventually advanced to the Great Holy Step. One of them was slain by the Transcendent Lord, and the other by the Magic Note Lord. Shiryu turned out to be a heavenly spirit stone emperor, which means that she has the potential to evolve into a Great Holy Step existence, and even the probability of her evolving into a warlock emperor rank existence is much higher than that of the angel empress Mykelia. Yang Feng smiled, his body twisted, and he revealed his true form. My name is Yang Feng. I am the sect master of the Battle Demon sect, and one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council from the world of warlocks. When Shiryu saw Yang Feng treat her with sincerity, Her smile became sweeter, and she stepped forward, took Yang Feng's arm, and said with an elegant temperament, "Big brother, let's go." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay. I'm poor again." As soon as he left the mountain range, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and looked at himself, and then smiled bitterly. The rich universe's favor that originally enveloped him was weakened to a thin layer. If it wasn't for the universe's favor, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to find this place and discover this natural god stone. Natural god stones can also give birth to different earthen powerhouses. Below the Heavenly Spirit Stone Emperor, there is another kind of earthen powerhouse. Heavenly earthen powerhouses can evolve to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. In addition to the huge amount of resources Yang Feng invested, the universe's favor is the most crucial factor for the natural god stone to give birth to a Heavenly Spirit Stone Emperor. Lord Father, who is this wild woman? When Yang Feng took Shiryu back to the Sacred Spirit Palace, when Mykelia saw Shiryu holding Yang Feng's arm, she glared at Shiryu and asked in an unkind tone. Mykelia knows that Yang Feng has many women, but she is very confident that she is the one Yang Feng dotes on the most. The other women are just Yang Feng's playthings. When the devastatingly beautiful Shiryu, who exudes quasi-holy step fluctuations of power, appeared, Mykelia felt that her position was threatened. Shiryu smiled gracefully and provoked. "I am Big Brother's little sister Shiryu. Mykelia, you should call me Aunt." When Yang Feng saw Shiryu and Mykelia at each other's throats, he felt a headache. The two of them were the strongest experts under Yang Feng's command, as well as his darlings. Now that the two of them are at loggerheads, he is in a dilemma. Mykelia snorted coldly and uttered proudly, "Aunt? Humph. If you want to be my aunt, that depends on whether you have the ability or not. Let's duel. If you lose, you'll be my subordinate and listen to my orders. If I lose, I'll call you Big Sister." As the Angel Empress, Mykelia was high and mighty and ruled over all the angel powerhouses. She had always been proud and was naturally unwilling to lower her head to Shiryu. Shiryu said with a sweet smile, "Okay, Mykelia, you're going to be my little sister." Yang Feng smiled helplessly and could only follow behind them towards the arena. A powerful barrier has been activated in the arena. In the arena, only Alexia and the other 3 fallen angels are spectators. "Your Majesty, come on. Your Majesty, long live victory." Agnipe and the other 3 fallen angels looked at Mykelia with fanaticism in their beautiful eyes. Angel empresses are emperors who dominate all angels. If Yang Feng hadn't set up imprints in the souls of the 4 fallen angels, they would have put Mykelia's orders first. And now, the 4 of them had become Mykelia's personal guards. "Begin." Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when Mykelia operated the essence of speed, and countless afterimages of Mykelia appeared in the arena. She won. In an instant, like a ghost, Mykelia appeared silently behind Shiryu and stabbed at her with her sword. "Little sister Mykelia, don't hold back. Show me your true strength. You're not my opponent to begin with. If you hold back, you'll be even less of a match for me." With a sweet smile, Shiryu turned around and flicked Mykelia's angel sword with her lily-white finger, and quasi-holy step power erupted in an instant and sent Mykelia flying for tens of kilometers. "Then be careful. I'm going to get serious." Mykelia was also enraged. She slashed at Shiryu with her sword, which contained the terrifying power of the essence of power. Chapter 965. Shiryu swung her fist with a peerlessly overbearing aura. The blow contained the terrifying essence of power that shattered the void and crushed everything, shattering the angelic sword in Mykelia's hand into pieces. The surrounding space collapsed and formed a black force field that crushed towards Mykelia. With a flash of cyan light, Mykelia operated the essence of speed, and suddenly disappeared like an arrow released from a bowstring. She retreated 50 kilometers away. Clearly, in terms of the essence of power, Mykelia is far inferior to Shiryu. The essence of power is one of the fundamental essences. Many powerful beings have mastered the essence of power. Of course, different powerhouses have different mastery of the essence of power. As an angel empress, Mykelia is extremely intelligent and has mastered many essences. But in terms of the essence of power, she is not as good as Shiryu. Yang Feng watched Mykelia and Shiryu fight fiercely with a scorching shade in his eyes. Amazing! Unless I can advance to the pinnacle warlock monarch realm, I will still be slightly inferior to them. After plundering the Feybright treasury, Yang Feng's true body practiced cultivation day and night, yet he only managed to stabilize his cultivation base in the junior warlock monarch realm. Unless he uses a peerless treasure like the Spring of Immortality, which can help him break through to the Holy Spirit warlock realm, Yang Feng won't be able to promote to the intermediate warlock monarch realm in a short time. This is the limitation of human warlocks. Human warlocks attach importance to the foundation. They need to lay a perfect foundation step by step in order to move forward. It is also recognized that human warlock cultivation is slow at first, then fast at the end. Every human warlock imperial court will give birth to more than 10 Holy Spirit warlocks, because there are countless geniuses among the human race with a solid foundation. Moreover, the human race also has a plane like the light of eternity, which is located in a crack of the universe and has the passage of time warped. As long as you have enough resources, then throw these geniuses into a distorted plane, and you can harvest a large number of powerhouses every few years. Of course, most of the planes like the light of eternity are barren of resources. To quickly cultivate countless genius powerhouses in such a place, you need to invest a lot of resources. Only during the Great Tribulation, when even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't protect themselves, will powerful forces open a plane like the light of eternity to cultivate peerless geniuses. In just a dozen breaths of time, Mykelia and Shiryu had exchanged blows thousands of times. Mykelia was like a ghost, alternately casting different profound meanings, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, frantically attacking Shiryu from different angles. Shiryu was like a reef amidst the waves. No matter how Mykelia attacked, she easily resolved it. Mykelia, you've been attacking for so long. It's my turn now. Shiryu suddenly smiled, and a trace of seriousness flashed in her beautiful eyes. A terrifying fluctuation of half-step Saint Realm energy filled the air, and her jade-like hand clapped. In an instant, a terrifying giant hand shrouded in the essence of petrification descended from the sky and slapped towards Mykelia. Mykelia's pretty face flickered. She operated the essence of speed, crossed 10,000 kilometers in an instant, and disappeared. Gray light of petrification sprinkled down from the sky, shone on Mykelia, and petrified her into a beautiful stone statue. The giant hand grabbed the stone statue Mykelia has transformed into and entered the void. With a flash of gray light, a palm-sized stone statue appeared in Shiryu's hand. It was Mykelia. With a flash of black light, the statue of a stone beauty suddenly disintegrated. Mykelia's figure fluttered, and she flew out of Shiryu's hand and landed on the ground. Clenching her white teeth, she stared at Shiryu with an unresigned look on her face. Although Mykelia didn't suffer any injuries, but she knew that she was defeated. If it was a life-and-death battle, Shiryu could take advantage of the moment she was petrified to seriously injure her. The 4 fallen angels who were cheering for Mykelia also fell silent, for fear that their words would infuriate the furious Mykelia. Shiryu uttered with a sweet smile. Younger sister Mykelia, you lost. Elder sister Shiryu. Mykelia called out reluctantly, shook her body, and disappeared from the arena. Your Majesty. Alexia and the other 3 fallen angels blurred into motion and chased after Mykelia. Big brother, what do you think? I'm amazing, right? The corners of Shiryu's mouth rose, and she appeared beside Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting from her. She smiled sweetly and exuded a noble and elegant temperament. Yang Feng stroked Shiryu's head and said dotingly, Of course, my Shiryu is the best. Shiryu and Mykelia are powerhouses cultivated by Yang Feng from the very beginning. They have a very close relationship with Yang Feng. They are also one of the people Yang Feng can trust the most. Shiryu also revealed an incomparably comfortable expression, as if she was a cute kitten being praised by her owner. Time elapsed. 1 year passed in the Tsangji Plain, and another 1,000 years passed in the Light of Eternity Plain. The Tsangji Plain in a jungle. 6th level. 1 warlocks are besieging a 10-meter-long snake with a horn on its head. After a bitter battle, the 6th level, 1 warlocks finally killed the horned demonic snake. A rather handsome young man who looks to be only 15 or 16 years old said with a smile. Finally killed this damn black snake. Its magic core should be worth a lot of money. Lu Tai, go dissect it. A somewhat simple-minded youth stepped forward and began dissecting the devil snake with great dexterity. When he touched the abdomen of the devil snake, he felt a hard stone, so he casually pulled it out. When the stone came out, a drop of blood dripped down, and countless mysterious runes erupted from the stone and formed ancient, mysterious, and abstruse characters in the void. The 15-year-old young man looked at the characters in the sky and asked curiously, "The Temple of the Eye of Time? Who's the Eye of Time?" A beautiful girl with a single ponytail stared at the words that had appeared in the air. Her beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably scorching light as she shouted, "Wang Nan, you really are ignorant and incompetent. Don't you teach history in the Archgod Age? The Eye of Time is a warlock emperor rank Empyrean rank powerhouse from the Archgod Age." Wang Nan's eyes flashed with the shade of ecstasy, and he cried out excitedly, "A warlock emperor rank powerhouse. We're rich. This time we're rich. If we can get the treasures in the Temple of the Eye of Time, we might be able to promote to infinity warlocks in the future." A young man with black skin said coldly, "How is that possible? The Eye of Time is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. The guardians and strange phenomena in his temple can even easily kill infinity warlocks. We're just level 1 warlocks. If we go looking for the Temple of the Eye of Time, only death will await us." A young man with a callous temperament said coldly, "Yes, we're too weak. There's a proverb that goes, 'An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth.' The value of this stone is too great. It's not something we can swallow. Only by handing it over will we be able to keep our lives." The words of the young man with the callous temperament calmed the other young men down at once. A warlock emperor rank treasure trove isn't something that level 1 warlocks like them can contend against. A cute girl with a round face asked worriedly, "What do we do now, Lu Jiang?" Lu Jiang uttered unhurriedly, "Return to the city at once. After returning to the city, go to the Supreme Council immediately. Hand over the treasure and broadcast it to the whole world via the magic network. In this way, if anyone wants to kill us or do something to the treasure, they'll be somewhat apprehensive." The other 5 little fellows looked at each other, made a decision, and flew towards the human city. In the Light of Eternity Plain, in a secret room full of life magic energy, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with dazzling light. Warlock Monarch rank cultivation is really too difficult. After 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, my cultivation base has only advanced to the advanced Warlock Monarch realm. Apart from the Spring of Immortality, the remaining resources are only enough for me to practice cultivation for another 100 years. Without enough resources, it will take more than 3,000 years for a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse to advance a small realm. Many Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are even trapped in the Junior Warlock Monarch realm for the rest of their lives. According to the 9 Realms Lord's secret method, Yang Feng set up 9 small worlds inside him. His cultivation resources had also far surpassed the 9 Supremes cultivators of the same level, so the amount of resources he had consumed for his cultivation was also an astronomical figure. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Yang Feng has consumed more than half of the resources he plundered from the lightless starfield. Ursa Major Starfield. As long as I find enough starless sea gold in the Ursa Major Starfield, I can upgrade the Shizu stronghold to level 6. As the overlord of the lightless starfield, Yang Feng sent countless Fabrite experts to the Ursa Major Starfield to search for information on starless sea gold. Once he found any information about the starless sea gold, he would use all his strength to get his hands on it. Suddenly, a communications device beside Yang Feng trembled slightly and transmitted bursts of music. Yang Feng pressed a button, and Wu Meiying's sweet and pleasant voice came from the communication device. Sir Husband, the Supreme Council obtained information that the Temple of the Eye of Time, an archgod Empyrean rank powerhouse, has appeared. Yang Feng's eyes burst out with bright light. The Eye of Time. Relic sites of powerhouses of this rank have begun to appear? That's the great tribulation for you. All kinds of treasures have appeared. Chapter 966. The Eye of Time was a very famous warlock emperor rank existence in the Archgod era. He had mastered the Time Power Upanishad. In the ancient God era, where experts were as many as clouds, he had subdued the 5 emperor-level experts of his generation. He had become the overlord-level expert that was acknowledged as invincible in that era. The relic site of the Eye of Time is a treasure land that human warlocks have been searching for. However, the relic site of the Eye of Time is very mysterious, and there has never been a clue. The Time Lord achieved his path with the essence of time. In other words, the Eye of Time has indeed died. There won't be any warlock emperor rank powerhouses in his relic site. I can't miss that relic site. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and his figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The Zhangji Plains Potamper Desert is a desolate, deathly still, and inaccessible desert. In the Potamper Desert, there are oases of different sizes. Around the oases, a total of 9 desert states have been established. In order to compete for resources, the 9 desert states fight each other endlessly. An army of about 1,000 people, dressed in strange clothes that only revealed their eyes, rode on the unique extraordinary creature of the desert, magic camels, and galloped rapidly in the desert full of yellow sand. The leader of the army is dressed in a silver full-body magic armor, has a curvaceous figure, and a pair of beautiful blue eyes that look like 2 sapphires. This sexy female general is the first princess of the Clearwater Kingdom, one of the 9 desert states, Isana. Among the 9 desert states, 8 of them are countries where men are superior to women, and women have no status. But because of the Clearwater Kingdom's sparse population, its people are valiant, and both men and women are excellent warriors. Isana is the first general of the Clearwater Kingdom, and is known as the God of War. Since the day she joined the army, she has never been defeated in hundreds of battles. The other 8 states call her the Bloody Witch in fear. Suddenly, sharp hooks extended from the ground behind the army, and ferociously hooked the feet of dozens of extraordinary demonic camels. The sharp hooks directly severed the feet of the extraordinary demonic camels. The dozens of magic camels fell to the ground, along with the warriors riding them. Suddenly, the surrounding sand began to squirm, and a large number of desert warriors crawled out from the sand. In an instant, 5,000 desert warriors wielding machetes and 2,000 flying axes appeared around the desert. In the desert, there were no materials to make bows and arrows, so the only long-range troops they had were the axe-throwing warriors. As soon as the surrounding desert warriors appeared, the 2,000 axe-throwing warriors threw with all their might. A dense rain of axes flew towards the Greenwater Kingdom's warriors. Isana's expression changed. She brandished her scimitar and slashed away all the axes that were flying towards her. However, as soon as the axes landed on the magic camel cavalrymen behind Isana, more than 100 magic camel cavalrymen of the Greenwater Kingdom were blown off their feet. Isana, surrender. As long as you surrender, I can make you my concubine. If you don't surrender, I'll kill you first. Then I'll destroy the Greenwater Kingdom and kill every chicken and dog in the kingdom. A tall, burly, middle-aged man dressed in silver armor and exuding a valiant aura shouted at Isana, under the protection of more than 100 experts. Isana roared and pointed at Zareth with her scimitar. Zareth! The children of the Greenwater Kingdom will never yield. Kill! The remaining hundreds of magic camel cavalrymen followed behind Isana and madly rushed towards Zareth. Stupid fellow! In that case, go to hell! Regret flashed in Zareth's eyes, and he smiled coldly. With a flick of his wrist, a metal sphere suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. As soon as the metal sphere engraved with countless mysterious runes landed on the ground, it madly absorbed the surrounding sand and changed into a 10-meter-tall sand giant. As soon as the sand giant appeared, it opened its maw and belched at Isana and company. A copious amount of yellow sand and rolling stones enveloped Isana and company in an instant. The magic camel cavalrymen were blown away by the fearsome yellow sand, fell to the ground, and were swallowed by the fearsome yellow sand. No! A look of despair flashed in Isana's eyes, but she continued to activate her combat aura. Silver combat aura radiated from her body, and she resisted the yellow sand with all her might. Interesting, it seems that I've come across something good. A voice came from the sky, and a huge hand that seemed to cover the entire sky descended from the sky and clenched towards the sand giant. The sand giant, which defeated hundreds of magic camel cavalrymen with a single blow, was easily crushed like an ant in front of the giant hand. The metal core ball flew directly into the sky. Zareth looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. How is this possible? Isana was also dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. What's that? For Zareth and company who lived in a small place like the desert oasis, the giant hand was an unimaginably terrifying existence. A special bloodline? The two of you come up as well. An incomparably calm voice came from the sky. 2 rays of light descended from the sky and enveloped Isana and Zareth, forcibly pulling them into the sky. Zareth's eyes lit up, and he found himself above a 7-colored cloud. On the other side of the 7-colored cloud, there was a luxurious litter with a man and 2 women, sitting in the luxurious litter. They were Yangfeng, Mykelia, and Shiryu. What beautiful women! When Zareth saw Mykelia and Shiryu, his eyes shimmered with astonishment, and then he lowered his head, not daring to take another look. He was a lecherous person to begin with, but when he thought of the giant hand that covered the sky just now, he shuddered inside. For such a terrifying bigwig, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to crush a nobody like Zareth. The first princess of Clearwater Kingdom, Isana, greets you, sir. Isana pulled off the headscarf wrapped around her head, revealing a beautiful face full of Western charm. She knelt on the ground and saluted Yangfeng respectfully. King Zareth of Risey Kingdom greets you, sir. Zareth came to his senses and bowed to Yangfeng in salute. As a king, even though he knows that Yangfeng is a bigwig that he can't offend, but there is still a trace of arrogance in his heart. Yangfeng uttered with a faint smile. Isana, I need you to do something very dangerous for me. In exchange, you can make a wish. I can fulfill your wish. Isana's eyes flickered with the flames of ambition, and she spoke in a clear voice. Yes, sir. I want to establish a desert empire in this desert and become its empress. No problem. From today on, you are the empress of this desert empire. Yangfeng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Teacher, you called for me? With a flash of light, Regina appeared beside Yangfeng, exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, and said respectfully to Yangfeng. Yangfeng plundered a huge amount of wealth from the lightless starfield. The geniuses under his command have also made great progress in the past 1,000 years in the light of eternity plane. Among them, Regina and Wu Meiying have broken through and advanced by leaps and bounds to pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Yangfeng said lightly, Go destroy the rest of the states in the desert. Consolidate them, and hand them over to her in the future. Yes, teacher. Regina bowed to Yangfeng, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the clouds. Isana's heart pounded wildly, and she stared at Yangfeng with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. Amazing, who is he? With just a few words, he can make me the empress of the desert empire? Is he serious? Zareth's face changed dramatically, and all his pride was crushed. He knelt on the ground and pleaded. No, you can't do that. Sir, I can serve you. I can serve you too. Please don't destroy my state. It's too noisy. Yangfeng frowned slightly and looked at Zareth with malice in his eyes. Crack. The king of the Risey state Zareth exploded, twisted strangely, turned into dust and disappeared. Isana's eyebrows jumped up, and her heart filled with fear. So scary. The king of the Rising State Zareth is one of the top 3 peerless experts in the desert. Yet such an expert couldn't even resist a look from Yang Feng. Isana looked at Yang Feng, as if she was looking at a living god. The colorful clouds flickered and flew to the core of the Potamper Desert, the barren, deathly still core area, without a trace of human habitation, or a drop of water. At this moment, a strange existence had appeared in the originally desolate and silent core area, without a trace of human habitation. High elves, dragons, devils, the powerhouses of the 7 superior races are here. In addition, more powerhouses of the superior races are here as well. The Temple of the Eye of Time's relic site is too attractive. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the area, he swept the area with his gaze, and saw distinct areas. The human race is a force of its own. The 7 superior races are also a force of their own. At the same time, the powerhouses of many superior races and powerful races in this universe are confronting the human race and the 7 superior races. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, in addition to the human race and the 7 superior races, there are many powerful superior races, as well as countless other race powerhouses. Attracted by the Temple of the Eye of Time, countless powerhouses jumped out. Chapter 967. As an overlord of the world of warlocks, human warlocks have spies of countless other races lurking among them. Devils and fiends are experts at leading people to depravity. When the news that Lu Tai and the other 5 level 1 warlocks discovered the Temple of the Eye of Time was uploaded to the Weave, although it protected them from being silenced. At the same time, this information was exposed to the spies of the powerful races. The ruins of the Temple of the Eye of Time had been spread by the spies of the powerful races, and it had become an open secret that almost everyone knew about. This is because the strength of human warlocks is too terrifying. Holy Spirit warlock rank existences are waking up one after another. The human 8 warlock dynasties have suppressed countless powerful races and firmly occupied the ruling position of the Zhangji Plain. Their underlying strength is unfathomable. Those powerful races will never underestimate the human race. Within the sphere of influence of the human race, there is a gold palace suspended in the void. Inside the gold palace, there is a huge meeting hall. In the huge meeting hall, there are members of the Human Supreme Council, as well as the 7 chairmen seated. At this time, the 6 chairmen are already sitting in their seats. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on the throne of the 7th chairman, looking down at the powerhouses of other races. Hostile gazes focused on Yang Feng and the others from all directions. That's the 7th chairman of the human race, the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng? A mere Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can become the 7th chairman. It seems that the human race has declined. First place on the human merit steals? It seems that he is one of the universe children, who are favored by the universe. If we kill him, we'll get great benefits. Is he the human powerhouse with the most warlock emperor potential? Gazes full of malice focused on Yang Feng. 4 ordinary warlocks. Yang Feng's Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base is already extremely terrifying. But in the eyes of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses he is nothing. In the world of warlocks, countless powerhouses look at Yang Feng with malice, wanting to kill him and plunder everything he has. Among these powerhouses, there are both other races and humans. However, with the 7 chairmen gathered, they are all protected by Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. No one was stupid enough to assassinate Yang Feng at this time. That's Jiang Lang. He has already advanced to a Bright World Warlock. His progress is really fast. It seems that he has also had a lot of fortuitous encounters in these years. Yuan Yang. He also advanced to an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng swept the direction of the human warlocks, and immediately saw a lot of old acquaintances. After seeing Yuan Yang, he was slightly surprised. Yuan Yang used to be the #1 genius of the Tai sect, an expert who had condensed a virtual world. After Yang Feng surpassed him, he no longer paid attention to him. Who would have thought that Yi Yuanyang would actually catch up with them step by step? Yang Feng glanced at Yi Yuanyang's position and immediately understood. Time Imperial Court. It seems that Yi Yuanyang was roped in by the Time Imperial Court. Yi Yuanyang and a dozen plus young and arrogant Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are standing together in Time Imperial Court's camp. Yi Yuanyang is indeed a genius, but it is extremely difficult to practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock rank in such a short period of time. Only a world like the Light of Eternity plane, where the flow of time is completely different from that of the Zhangji plane, can allow Yi Yuanyang to advance to the Infinity Warlock rank in such a short period of time. Yang Feng, here I come. One day, I will catch up to you. I will defeat you. Standing among the dozen plus Infinity Warlock rank supreme geniuses of Time Imperial Court, Yi Yuanyang stared at Yang Feng sitting on the chairman throne with flames of jealousy in his eyes. At the time, Yi Yuanyang was the holy son of the Taiyi sect, the #1 sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty. His status was far above that of Yang Feng's. Ever since he was defeated by Yang Feng, Yi Yuanyang has lost his transcendent status. However, Yi Yuanyang is indeed a peerless genius. Even though he was defeated by Yang Feng, he never gave up and made progress step by step. Finally, when the Time Dynasty was recruiting geniuses, he took the initiative to seek refuge with the Time Dynasty. In the Time Dynasty, he spent thousands of years in the Time Dynasty, fighting constantly and trepidatiously, before he advanced to an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng glanced at Yi Yuanyang, and then no longer paid him any attention. In this great tribulation, it is not unusual for many new geniuses to emerge within a year. I, the High Elven Angela, have come to challenge Chairman Yang Feng. I ask Sir Chairman to do me the honor of fighting me. A handsome young man with dazzling blonde hair, dressed in green armor, and a handsome appearance flew out from the crowd of high elves, stood in front of the human powerhouses and challenged Yang Feng. Interesting. Sure enough, it's Yang Feng who is being challenged. That's only natural. The other 6 chairmen are quasi-holy step powerhouses. They can advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at any time. Only Yang Feng is the easiest to deal with. Whether you succeed or fail in challenging him, you can greatly damage his reputation. Gazes brimming with ridicule focused on Yang Feng. If someone assassinated Yang Feng in front of him, then the countless powerhouses in the Human Supreme Council would unite and kill that person. That is because the dignity of the Human Supreme Council cannot be provoked. However, many members of the Human Supreme Council are happy to see someone challenge Yang Feng. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng's status is extremely noble. As long as Yang Feng fails a few more times, his reputation will drop. Even if he has the support of the brilliant Great Holy, it will be difficult for him to hold the position of chairman. Interesting. I'll provide a venue for you two to swap pointers. The transcendent monarch suddenly smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and an arena that can accommodate Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses suddenly flew out of his hand and landed in the desert, set off ripples, and formed an arena with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. All eyes focused on Yang Feng, wanting to see how he will deal with this thorny problem. If Yang Feng fights Angela, no matter the outcome, it will be a big blow to Yang Feng's prestige. Yang Feng looked at Angela with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, then sneered and said frigidly, "With just you. You want to challenge me? Defeat my disciple first. Regina, go swap pointers with him." "Yes, teacher." The silver-haired, peerlessly beautiful Regina's figure shook slightly, and she directly appeared in the center of the arena. What a beautiful silver-haired girl. Regina, why haven't I heard of this name? An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Who the hell is she? Why haven't I heard of her name? It seems that the Battle Demon sect has also mastered a time distortion world located in the crack of the universe. Gazes full of greed, apprehension, curiosity, and other complicated emotions focused on the silver-haired girl Regina. Angela smiled confidently and took a step forward, arriving at the center of the arena. Regina, what a beautiful name. Beautiful human girl, your beauty fascinates me. I think I'm in love with you. Dear baby, I really can't bear to hurt you. It's really cruel for your teacher to let you fight me. I really don't want to fight you. Please leave the arena, dear baby. Angela looked at Regina's peerless face, which can even overshadow elves, and his eyes shimmered with adoration. As if looking at his most beloved lover, he whispered gently. The gentle words coupled with Angela's peerless face can make countless female powerhouses fall for him. Yang Feng uttered indifferently. Begin. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Regina's beautiful ruby-like eyes, and a set of red special armor Bloody Rose suddenly appeared around her and enveloped her in a red armor. Go to hell! With a blur, Regina appeared right in front of Angela. Her sword contained a terrifying power that shattered the void and suppressed everything as it slashed at Angela. Angela's countenance changed dramatically. For the first time, he faced the beautiful Regina squarely, drew the elven bow on his back, released brilliant green light, and raised it to block. Under the illumination of the green radiance, a thick green vine that seemed to be able to support the entire world extended out from the elven bow, forming an emerald green canopy. Countless emerald green runes appeared at the tip of the canopy and formed a mysterious barrier full of the essence of nature. That incomparably resplendent swordlight ruthlessly slashed at the mysterious boundary that was filled with the profound meaning of nature. A terrifying power that could shatter everything erupted in an instant, forcibly slashing the mysterious boundary to pieces. That terrifying and peerless crushing power crushed all the way, forcibly engulfing Angela and twisting him into pieces. So strong! Yang Feng's disciple is so strong. She has a special bloodline. What a terrifying essence of power. This is definitely not a power that ordinary human warlocks can master. So scary. Another monster-level expert. As expected of the person the brilliant Great Holy chose to support, his underlying strength is really unfathomable. The spectating powerhouses stared at Regina with a dignified look in their eyes. For Angela to dare to challenge Yang Feng, he is a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse. For such a powerhouse to be insta-killed by Regina's strength is simply appalling. Staring at Regina, Yuanyang clenched his fists and blood dripped from his palms. So strong. I can't even compare to his disciple now. Chapter 968. Regina's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and appeared beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng, it's just a spar. Why did your disciple do such a vicious thing and kill our people? A blonde, blue-eyed, pointy-eared elven powerhouse took a step forward, his eyes flashed with anger, and he barked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the high elven powerhouse and said contemptuously, "A spar is risky to begin with. Do you want my disciple to stand in the ring and let your people kill him? Idiot, if you don't want to die, then stay put." The figure of a high elven monarch with wavy blonde hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance fluttered, and she appeared in front of the humans, stared coldly at Yang Feng, and uttered frigidly, "In that case, Chairman Yang Feng, I am the elven monarch Adela. I challenge you." Sitting on the chairman's throne, Yang Feng looked at Adela and said with a contemptuous smile, "I'm just an infinity warlock. It's really an honor for a high elven monarch like you to challenge me. However, why don't you challenge a human holy spirit warlock, you idiot? Trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong scram. I only accept challenges from powerhouses of the same rank. For warlocks, it is a disgrace not to accept challenges from powerhouses of the same rank. On the other hand, it is a wise choice not to accept challenges from enemies of a higher realm. If Yang Feng refused the challenges of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, he would be despised by many warlocks. But he refused the challenges of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, which won him the admiration of many people. No one knows that Yang Feng has silently advanced to the advanced Warlock Monarch realm. Eyes bloodshot with anger, Adela stared at Yang Feng, and then retreated into the elven territory. "Very well, Yang Feng, I'll remember you." Adela was so infuriated by Yang Feng's words that she coughed up blood, but she could only helplessly return to the elven territory. The other powerhouses can only look helplessly at Yang Feng, sitting on the chairman's throne. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, as long as Yang Feng is unwilling, no one can force him to duel with other powerhouses. This is the benefit of having a high position. It's starting. All of a sudden, the Time Monarch's expression changed slightly. He took a deep look at the void, took out the stone that Lu Tai and the others had obtained, and tapped it lightly. The stone suddenly released traces of strange power fluctuations. Mysterious, ancient and desolate seals from the ancient god era suddenly appeared and directly entered the void. In the void, there was a slight tremor, and a huge shadow of a palace that seemed to distort time and space suddenly appeared. Countless cracks appeared in the void, seemingly unable to withstand the appearance of the huge palace. Suddenly, the space in the void collapsed, turning into a terrifying bottomless black hole. A terrifying hurricane swept in all directions, devouring everything that could be devoured. From the bottomless black hole, a dazzling star with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers slowly flew out. That bright star, which was 10 times bigger than Earth, was the shrine where the Eye of Time resided. For a warlock emperor rank existence like the Eye of Time, plucking the stars and the moon is a piece of cake. It's just that some people like to build their palaces on stars, while others like to build their palaces on the Tsangji Plains continent. As soon as the shrine where the Eye of Time resided appeared, a black figure exuding Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power flew towards the celestial body like a meteor. All of a sudden, a gray and distorted time ripple barrier emerged. As soon as the black figure rushed into the time ripple boundary, it began to age and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! The black figure suddenly flew out of the time ripple boundary, at an even faster speed. It stopped thousands of kilometers away from the Eye of Time Divine Temple, and revealed itself. It is a 6-meter-tall 4-winged ox demonkin powerhouse with a bull head, muscles bulging all over, and 4 pairs of red wings spread out on the back. This is a Holy Spirit warlock rank 4-winged ox demonkin powerhouse, the guardian of the 4-winged ox demonkin, the 4 wings ox holy. At this time, the 4 wings ox holy's hair and beard are white, his face and body are covered in wrinkles, and he exudes an old and decaying aura. With a flash of black light, the 4 wings ox holy's hair and beard turned black, and he regained his vitality, revealing a robust body. However, his breath is a bit weaker than before. The top powerhouses know that the 4 wings ox holy has suffered a lot just now. Dozens of Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power pervaded the area, enveloped the Temple of Time, and carefully probed the structure and flaws of the Temple of Time's defensive barrier. The Eye of Time is an extremely rare existence with the essence of time as its core, and it has advanced to the Warlock Emperor realm. At the time, he was invincible in the same rank, suppressing several Warlock Emperor rank existences. Even great holy step powerhouses will be tempted by the temple where he resides. Yang Feng and the other existences below the Holy Spirit warlock rank can only stand aside quietly and wait for the Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses to explore. The outer barrier set up by the Eye of Time is specially designed to deal with powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock rank. Once powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock rank enter, they will trigger the time barrier and weaken the intruder's lifespan. Every second can weaken the intruder's lifespan by 10,000 years. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse wants to enter the Temple of the Eye of Time, they can use secret methods to seal themselves completely. By hiding their aura and suppressing their cultivation base to the Warlock Monarch realm, they can sneak into the temple. Yang Feng, with you here, I won't enter the temple. You have to be careful. The brilliant Great Holy's voice came from the sky. Many powerhouses are unwilling to enter this kind of relic site that can suppress the strength of powerhouses. Once a Holy Spirit warlock enters this kind of relic site, their only advantage will be their immortal body. However, since the Great Tribulation has begun, countless geniuses have emerged in the universe. Most of these Holy Spirit warlocks are unwilling to venture into such a dangerous place. If they are careless, they will become a stepping stone for these geniuses, and everything they have will be plundered. If there was no Yangfeng, the brilliant Great Holy may have ventured into the Temple of the Eye of Time to seek resources to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Now that Yangfeng is here, the brilliant Great Holy extinguished the idea of taking risks. Seeing that the brilliant Great Holy is so rational, Yangfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The brilliant Great Holy is Yangfeng's greatest trump card at this time. Without the support of the brilliant Great Holy, Yangfeng would not have been able to ascend to the position of chairman of the Human Supreme Council. Once the brilliant Great Holy dies, Yangfeng's status in the human race will plummet. The countless hungry wolves eyeing Yangfeng covetously will swarm him and tear him to pieces. Although Yangfeng is on good terms with the Taboo Imperial Court and the Star Imperial Court, but it is better to rely on himself than on others. At the most critical time, he doesn't know whether the two forces will help him or kick him while he is down. The best way was to prevent the worst situation from happening. The brilliant Great Holy transmitted his voice. Later, we will join forces to open a passage to the Temple of the Eye of Time. The next time it will open will be 3 months later. You must keep the time in mind and get ready. After a dozen plus breaths of time, a gold beam suddenly slammed into the barrier of the Temple of the Eye of Time. Wherever the golden light beam passed, everything was purified, and a golden passageway was opened. Let's go. Yangfeng equipped the ruler armor, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the gold passageway with Regina and the other experts. The other 6 chairmen and countless counselors of the Human Supreme Council turned into streams of light and flew into the golden passage. Shadows flickered, and some powerhouses of other races tried to fly into the gold passage. If you want to go in, open the passage yourself. The passage opened by us humans can only be used by human powerhouses. A frigid voice came from the sky, and a huge gold finger dropped from the sky and crushed down. The 7 figures were strangely sucked in by the huge golden finger, and were directly crushed into powder. All of their bloodline power was extracted, and they turned into black crystals that flew into the sky. When the powerhouses of other races saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts, and gained a deeper understanding of the domineering nature of the human race. This is the benefit of being an overlord race. There are many precious relic sites and treasure troves that rogue cultivators and powerhouses of minor races are not qualified to enter and explore. In this way, the strong will get stronger, and the weak will get weaker. A green tree suddenly flew out from the elven area and entered the barrier of the Temple of the Eye of Time. The cyan trees burst out with cyan light and opened an emerald green passage. One by one, the high elves flew towards the Temple of the Eye of Time from the emerald green passage. The Holy Spirit warlocks of the superior races took action and opened passages leading to the Temple of the Eye of Time, allowing the powerhouses of their race to enter. The geniuses of minor races and rogue cultivators can only look at the Temple of the Eye of Time, drooling with desire. But there is nothing they can do. These damn great races monopolize all resources. In the future, I, Tedferny, will beat all of you great races into the ground. A handsome infinity warlock with short blue hair and 4 closed eyes on the forehead stared coldly at the Temple of the Eye of Time and mused. Chapter 969. After passing through the twisted passage, a celestial body filled with life magic energy appeared in Yangfeng's eyes. Originally, with his warlock monarch rank strength, Yangfeng could perceive a celestial body with a radius of 100,000 kilometers with only a perception spell. However, the celestial body was covered with powerful barriers, which suppressed Yangfeng's perception range to about 10 kilometers. As soon as the human warlock powerhouses entered the Palace of the Eye of Time, they quickly divided into 7 groups and stood under the command of the 7 chairmen. Among them, the number of powerhouses under Yangfeng's command is the least. The number of powerhouses under the Time Monarch's command is the most. Detection spells swept in all directions, and the human warlocks cast all kinds of strange and mystical spells to spy on the surrounding environment. We'll take our leave first. The Transcendent Monarch's transcendent pupils emerged in his eyes and swept the distance with a glance. Then his figure fluttered, and he flew in a certain direction with 5 powerhouses shrouded in black robes. The warlocks gathered around the Transcendent Monarch looked at each other, and then formed small groups of 2s and 3s, and then dispersed and flew in different directions. Yang Feng, we'll take our leave first. The Taboo Monarch smiled at Yang Feng, then turned into streams of light, and disappeared with the 4 experts beside her. The Star Monarch nodded at Yang Feng, and then flew away with the Star Sky and 2 other powerhouses of the Star Imperial Court. Yang Feng asked, Jiang Lang, do you want to come with us? Jiang Lang looked straight at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with hidden pride. Yang Feng, I won't go with you this time. If I go with you, then under your protection, I will never be able to surpass you. I'm going to look for my own opportunities. Even if I die here, I won't regret it. Jiang Lang is a peerless genius of the Bright Moon School, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the time, his cultivation base was about the same as Yang Feng's. Now that he sees Yang Feng surpass him by far, he has mixed feelings. However, he also has the pride of a peerless genius and lofty ambitions. Naturally, he is unwilling to be sheltered by Yang Feng. What he wants to do is to look for his own opportunities, which is the only chance for him to stand side by side with Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and gave his blessings. Good luck. Jiang Lang smiled faintly. With a sway of his figure, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance without hesitation. Regina hesitated for a while, then looked straight at Yang Feng with her beautiful ruby-like eyes and said, Teacher, I also want to look for my own opportunities. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of pampering. He hesitated for a moment, and then sighed slightly. Be careful. Regina is Yang Feng's beloved disciple. She was extraordinarily talented, and she cultivated diligently, never slacking off in the slightest. Wu Meiying was also a peerless genius with mid-class 8 soul aptitude. She had always been slightly weaker than Regina, because she was not as hardworking as Regina. Yes, Master. Regina's figure flickered, and she turned into a stream of light as she flew in the other direction of the Eye of Time Temple. The powerhouses of the major warlock groups gathered around Yang Feng saluted him, and then turned into streams of light flying in different directions. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, if Yang Feng comes across any top treasures of heaven and earth, they will surely be his. The rest of the people can at most get some scraps. As each of the leaders of the warlock groups is an infinity warlock, they have their own ideas. Naturally, they are unwilling to follow Yang Feng. Let's go. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and Sure Yu and Mykelia shrouded in a black robe followed him, and flew towards the Temple of the Eye of Time. Who are you? Come out. Yang Feng has just flown 1,000 kilometers in the Temple of the Eye of Time, when he suddenly stopped in the void and uttered coldly, Found you, Yang Feng. A 30-meter-tall evil god with a huge magic eye showed a ferocious smile. Intermediate warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power diffused around him, and he slowly crawled out of the void. A 10-meter-tall 4-winged ox demonkin pinnacle intermediate warlock monarch rank powerhouse flew out of the void and showed Yang Feng a ferocious smile. A 100-meter-tall multi-armed powerhouse with 3 eyes and 8 arms on the back exuding pinnacle junior warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power blocked in front of Yang Feng. The 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses standing proudly in the void radiated fearsome life force fields in all directions, as if distorting and collapsing the void. Yang Feng, hand over all your storage treasures. Otherwise you'll die. The eyes of the intermediate warlock monarch rank evil god with a huge magic eye shimmered ferociously, and he stared at Yang Feng with ridicule in his eyes and threatened frigidly. Yang Feng glanced at the 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses with contempt in his eyes, and said with a cold smile, Only you 3 good-for-nothings came? It seems that the others are much more cautious than I thought. Arrogant. Yang Feng, just because you defeated the geniuses of the 7 superior races in the arena, do you think that you're invincible? Perhaps in the same realm, I'm not your opponent. But now that I'm the evil god monarch, let me show you the gap between us. The evil god monarch's eyes shimmered ferociously. Then the huge magic eye suddenly flickered, countless runes appeared, and a distorted black beam containing the law of destruction suddenly shot towards Yang Feng. Wherever the distorted black pillar of light that contained the laws of destruction passed, space was destroyed, collapsed, and distorted, forming numerous black empty and strange existences. If the beam of destruction slammed into a grade 8 plane, it could destroy the plane origin and all the powerhouses in the plane in an instant. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared and, as if it has evolved into a devour sun, barreled towards the evil god monarch. As soon as the devour sun appeared, it easily devoured the distorted black beam. At the same time, it sealed the space and barreled towards the evil god monarch. Virtually in an instant, the evil god monarch was devoured by the devour sun. The great devouring sun twisted madly, devouring all of the Cthulhu king's power. Warlock monarch. He promoted to a warlock monarch. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he advance to a warlock monarch so quickly? The countenance of the 4-winged ox demonkin and the multi-armed demonkin changed dramatically, and they suddenly split up and fled in 2 different directions. If Yang Feng only had Supreme Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses would have the confidence to suppress and seriously injure him. But now that Yang Feng broke through and advanced to a Warlock Monarch, the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses suddenly felt that the situation is far from good, and they chose to escape. You want to escape? It's too late. With a flash of ridicule in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the surroundings. In an instant, countless black runes suddenly appeared in the void, and they formed a sealing barrier with astonishing defensive power that sealed the void. Break! At this critical moment, the 4-winged ox demonkin monarch rank powerhouse roared, operated the essence of power, and slammed a fist containing the power to crush a world into the sealing barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier with astonishing defensive strength collapsed and shattered. At the moment when the barrier collapsed, a devour black moon suddenly appeared and devoured the 4-winged ox demonkin monarch rank powerhouse. Open! The multi-armed race's king-class expert also roared furiously. His attack contained a terrifying power of intent as it slammed into the sealing barrier, forcibly shattering it. At the moment when the sealing barrier collapsed, a devour black moon suddenly appeared, swept towards the multi-armed race powerhouse, and pulled him into the devour black moon. Stop! Yang Feng, you can't kill me. I am the most valued disciple of the 4-winged ox holy. If you kill me, my teacher won't let you off. Yang Feng, stop! I am the grandson of the 100 Arms Holy, a direct descendant of the 100 Arms Holy. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the 100 Arms Holy. A series of miserable shrieks came from the devouring black moon. Frantically resisting the erosion of the devour black moon, the 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses issued mournful wails. 4-winged ox holy, 100 Arms Holy. So what if you offend them? Since you dared to ambush me, you should be prepared to die. So all of you go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he erupted with the essence of devour, and the devour force of the 3 devour black moons increased tenfold. The 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses issued miserable screams at once, and then turned into ashes. The Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses of the superior races have a close relationship with the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the other races. If Yang Feng has misgivings about this, then his hands will be tied, and he will instead become the prey of others. With a flick of his wrist, 3 storage treasures fell into Yang Feng's hand. He cast a meaningful glance at a few empty spots. Following flashes of light, the powerhouses hiding in several places quietly watching what is happening left, unwilling to have a conflict with Yang Feng at this time. He promoted to a warlock monarch. What a fast cultivation speed. Where did he get so many resources? Doubts swirled in the minds of these powerhouses. Chapter 970. Yang Feng's soul aptitude has already broken through the Godman boundary and advanced to level 9. Among human warlocks, he is a first-class genius. Even the 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts have only been strengthened by various treasures of heaven and earth, and their soul aptitude has reached superior level 8. They are stuck at the Godman boundary, unable to advance any further. No one has any doubts that Yang Feng has advanced to a warlock monarch, but the fact that he has advanced to a warlock monarch so quickly still shocked countless people. To promote to a warlock monarch, Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses require a large amount of precious resources. As a freakish genius like Yang Feng, who has formed 9 small worlds inside him, the precious resources he needs are hundreds of times that of ordinary geniuses. The battle demon sect's underlying strength cannot compare to that of the 6 warlock imperial courts. Even the second-tier Pantheon Temple cannot compare to it. It hasn't been long since Yang Feng became a chairman of the Human Supreme Council. Yet, in such a short period of time, he has advanced to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, which is simply shocking. After killing the 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses, Yang Feng willed, and a steady stream of 5th-generation battle robots poured out of him like a tide, and formed a huge mechanical legion that spread towards the celestial body. The enormous mechanical army was like a mechanical dark cloud. Everywhere it passed, all the valuable treasures were taken away. Suddenly, a 500-meter-long Infinity Warlock-ranked dragon-winged poisonous demonic flying snake enveloped in black poisonous light, covered in pustules, with a snake-shaped head, and a pair of dragon wings flew out of a poisonous mountain that is only inhabited by some poison-type extraordinary life forms. As soon as the dragon-winged venomous flying snake appeared, hundreds of dazzling light units flew towards it. Countless poisonous rays shone, and blade rays fluttered. The dragon-winged venomous flying snake quickly turned into a pile of bones, and everything was plundered. The 5th-generation engineering robots equipped with mechanical wings suddenly flew into the poison mountain, and plundered all the precious resources that could be plundered. The 5th-generation engineering robots are linked to the Level 5 optical computer database. Since they can obtain information from the database, they won't let go of any valuable treasures. The mechanical legion that can devour everything appeared above a dilapidated palace, and a 1,000-meter-tall stone statue, exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, flew out of the palace. The countless dazzling light units pounced on the Infinity Warlock rank stone statue. The stone statue only lasted for 20 breaths of time before it turned into a pile of fragments, which were collected by the engineering robots. A dense swarm of engineering robots flew into the palace and searched for treasures. Yang Feng's mechanical legion is here. Damn it! His mechanical golem army stole all the good stuff. What should we do? We can only retreat and avoid the direction in which he is moving. The powerhouses blocking Yang Feng's path detected the movements of his mechanical legion through various spells. Seeing Yang Feng's mechanical legion advance with a terrifying grandeur, suppressing, annihilating and plundering everything, everyone's complexions changed greatly. They cast spells and escaped from Yang Feng's path of advance. It had been more than 10 million years since an expert had entered the Temple of the Eye of Time. In this temple, one could see all kinds of natural treasures everywhere. These powerhouses don't want to clash head-on with Yang Feng at this time. These are 10,000-year origin heart fruits, which can greatly enhance the cultivation base of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. With these 10,000-year origin heart fruits, I can attack the pinnacle warlock monarch realm within a month. The Temple of the Eye of Time is really rich in resources. A spatial fluctuation flickered in Yang Feng's right hand, and 10,000-year origin heart fruits, sealed in a transparent crystal, appeared in his hand. The engineering robots were equipped with the ability to teleport. The most precious treasures would be teleported to Yangfeng in a short time. Mykelia showed a sweet smile, but cruel words escaped her cherry lips. Big Brother is really the best. By the way, Big Brother, let's kill all the people who entered the Temple of the Eye of Time, and take all the treasures they obtained. How about it? In this way, we can get a huge amount of resources in a short period of time. Shiryu stood aside with a smile on her face, not objecting. For Mykelia and Shiryu, apart from Yangfeng, there is no other life form worthy of their concern in this universe. Yangfeng uttered. It's a very tempting proposal. However, that won't do. I can't attack the humans at will. As for the other races, as long as they don't block my way, I can't make enemies at will. As a chairman of the Human Supreme Council, Yangfeng can't kill human powerhouses at will. He must have a good reason to do so. As for the other races, with the other races as the backdrop to contend against the Gamana universe, Yangfeng can't attack them at will if there isn't a conflict of interest. In the world of warlocks, the human race is one of the most powerful forces with deep underlying strength. However, if the other races join forces, they are still far stronger than the human race. Protected by a mechanical legion formed of more than 5 million fifth-generation battle robots, Yangfeng crushed his way and took away all the treasures in the Temple of the Eye of Time. At the same time, he killed all the extraordinary life forms blocking his way. After traveling for more than 10,000 kilometers, Yangfeng has already killed more than 100 Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Before long, a vast and extremely luxurious palace complex appeared in front of Yangfeng. It was an intact palace complex. It was said that before the Eye of Time died, he took his confidants and disappeared from the Zhangji Plain. It is for this reason that the Temple of the Eye of Time is a treasure trove that everyone covets the most. It is very likely that the complete treasure trove of the Eye of Time is hidden in this temple. In the Zhangji Plain, many relic sites of eternal sovereigns have been plundered, and there are no valuable treasures left. Many relic sites of eternal sovereigns are far less valuable than a complete treasure trove of the Temple of the Eye of Time. When Yangfeng arrived in front of the palace complex, he found that there are already many top powerhouses gathered here. The 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts, as well as the experts around them, are also standing in the void. Almost all of the top powerhouses here are Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, with very few Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. These Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are very smart. They know that the greatest treasure trove of the Temple of the Eye of Time won't fall into their hands. As such, they avoided the core area and searched for resources elsewhere. This is a time defense barrier. Yangfeng looked at the palace complex and saw ripples of time and space intertwining and twisting around the palace complex. A 10-meter-tall, handsome evil god monarch with purple hair fluttering in the wind and a blood-red jade mark on his forehead suddenly smiled ferociously and extended his hand, grabbed an Infinity Warlock rank evil god beauty with a sexy figure, and then threw her into the palace. No, don't. The eyes of the Infinity Warlock rank evil god beauty shimmered with fear and despair, and she slammed into the barrier of time and space intertwining and twisting. A horrifying scene appeared. When the Infinity Warlock rank evil god beauty slammed into the barrier, her body was torn to pieces, countless wrinkles appeared on her skin, and her hair dried up and turned white. After the Infinity Warlock rank evil god beauty slammed into the barrier, the seal inside her was unlocked in an instant, and she erupted with Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power and flew outside. The evil god beauty only took a step when she was lost in the chaotic space, and then her body exploded and fell to the ground and turned into a pile of dust. This is a barrier of time and space intertwining and twisting. Damn it! The Temple of the Eye of Time has existed for more than 10 million years, yet it still has power. The barrier is working perfectly. There are no flaws. When the spectating Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses saw the barrier, they felt a headache. Due to the erosion of time, many magic barriers in the relic sites of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses lose their effect. However, the barrier of the Temple of the Eye of Time hasn't lost its effect with the passage of time. This kind of barrier is the most troublesome. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, if they break into the barrier of time and space intertwining and twisting, they will be eroded, and their soul will age and decay. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and the swarm of fifth-generation battle robots flew towards him like a tide and entered his body. The 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng are filled with countless battle robots, as well as all kinds of Shizu technology and munitions factories. He himself is a mobile fortified stronghold. What a scary guy. The small world inside him is really vast. It can accommodate so many golems. With so many golems, he isn't afraid of group battles at all. Besides, he is so powerful. It will be very difficult to kill him. Gazes full of malice focused on Yang Feng, as the powerhouses evaluated his combat power. The transcendent monarch glanced at Yang Feng, and a gloomy look streaked past his eyes. After Yang Feng put away all the battle robots, he took a step forward, and came to in front of the barrier of time and space intertwining, and spreading the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of devourers flew out of his hand, and entered the barrier of time and space intertwining and twisting. When the densely packed devourers flew into the boundary, they began to frantically devour the space-time and spatial energy, forming a distorted whole. Chapter 971. It's open. He can actually open the temple's barrier. What secret treasure is that? Human warlock secret treasures are really amazing. Greedy gazes were fixed on the hole, but no one rushed into it. Everyone knew very well that once that hollow barrier collapsed, the people inside would definitely die. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he analyzed the time and space distortion barrier at a high speed. Yang Feng quietly cast a mind spell, and asked the Taboo Monarch, "Your Majesty Taboo Monarch, are you interested in going in with me to explore the Temple of the Eye of Time?" The Taboo Monarch is Yang Feng's ally in the Human Supreme Council. Naturally, Yang Feng won't let go of this opportunity to rope her in. The Taboo Monarch uttered with a smile, "The Temple of the Eye of Time's barrier can't stump us. You go in and explore the way first." Yang Feng smiled and transmitted his voice to the Star Monarch. "Your Majesty Star Monarch, are you interested in going in with me to explore the Temple of the Eye of Time?" The Star Monarch responded with a confident smile. "We have our own ways to go in. Yang Feng, if we encounter a treasure in the Temple of the Eye of Time, we'll have to fight over it. We'll have to rely on our means. If you can't beat us, don't resent us." Yang Feng responded, "Of course. We'll have to rely on our means. If the treasure falls into your hands, I won't fight over it." The figures of Yang Feng's group of 3 fluttered, and they turned into 3 streams of light, and entered the hole. Yang Feng's 2 closest allies in the human race are the Star Monarch and the Taboo Monarch. The other 4 monarchs don't have a good impression of Yang Feng, who relies on the support of the brilliant Great Holy. Yang Feng naturally doesn't care about the other 4 monarchs. A peerlessly terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. An emerald green arrow shrouded in the profound meaning of nature, and blessed with the sure-hit law of causality spell descended from the sky, and shot towards the hole. With a flash of light, the Vajra ruler appeared behind Yang Feng in an instant, and blocked behind him with a giant black shield in hand. Boom! When the emerald green arrow hit the black shield, it immediately exploded, and a terrifying explosion shockwave spread in all directions. The Vajra ruler shone with natural green light, and countless vines seemed to grow out of it. The Vajra ruler shone with bright gold light, and the green light was forced out of its body. As soon as the green light was forced out of the Vajra ruler's body, it turned into vines full of sharp barbs and stabbed toward the Vajra ruler like poisonous dragons. The Vajra ruler suddenly retreated into the barrier. Demonic light flickered, and a huge amount of demonic chi condensed in the sky, forming a strange demonic eye. Vast and boundless quasi-holy fluctuations spread out from the demonic eye. A black demonic light shot out from the demonic eye, and blasted towards the hole formed by the devourers. The Taboo Monarch frowned slightly, and flipped her lily-white hand, and a 1,000-kilometer-long archaic dragon tortoise suddenly appeared. The tortoise shell behind it seems to have evolved into a world and blocked in front of the demonic light. When the black demonic light slammed into the tortoise shell, it sank into the tortoise shell and was devoured by the world formed by the tortoise shell. At the same time, a dragon breath, a huge bone claw, a demonic fire that can burn everything, and dozens of other spells containing warlock monarch rank power barreled towards the void. The powerhouses full of malice towards Yang Feng finally found an opportunity and joined forces to launch a fatal blow at him. The star monarch waved her lily-white hand, and countless stars shone and formed a star barrier that blocked some of the attacks of the other race powerhouses. Most of the attacks bypassed the defense of the two warlock imperial quartz monarchs and slammed into the distorted hole. The distorted hole adjusted, and the Vajra ruler appeared in front of the hole and blocked in front of it with a giant shield. Boom! Boom! Along with heaven-shaking explosions, the Vajra ruler was engulfed by the joint attack of dozens of warlock monarch rank powerhouses. After the various spells scattered, the Vajra ruler's scarred figure was revealed. Countless rare ores flew out from the back of its body and entered its body, rapidly repairing and strengthening its power. What secret treasure is that? What a terrifying defense! What's that? When did Yang Feng create such a golem? Seeing this scene, the eyes of the powerhouses besieging the Vajra ruler shimmered coldly. Only a Holy Spirit warlock proficient in defensive spells can withstand the joint attack of dozens of warlock monarch rank and quasi-holy step powerhouses. For the Vajra ruler to be able to withstand the joint attack of those powerhouses, its defense has reached the level of some weak Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses. After the Vajra ruler blocked the shocking blow, light flashed, and Yang Feng and company disappeared from the distorted time and space boundary. As soon as they passed through the distorted time and space boundary, the exquisite, luxurious, and exotic Eye of Time Palace complex appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng took a look at the palace complex, and his heart thumped wildly and his eyes filled with excitement. This time we struck it big. In that palace complex, all the palaces were refined using the best ores. These top ores are resources to refine top battle robots. Spatial ripples surged in front of Yang Feng, and a swarm of battle robots poured out like a tide and swept in all directions. Boom! Boom! Amidst loud bangs, the defensive boundaries of the palaces were broken by the fifth-class battle robots one by one, and all the treasures were taken away. Like a plate that had been licked clean by a dog, nothing was left. This is the Spring of Immortality, as expected of an Empyrean-grade treasure trove that has never been plundered. They even have such a treasure. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. He spread the fingers of a hand, and teleportation light shone, and a spring of immortality with a diameter of about 20 meters appeared in his hand. Under the effect of a spatial spell, the spring of immortality with a diameter of 20 meters shrank to the size of a palm and flowed in his hand. It took me a lot of effort to kill a Holy Spirit warlock to get my hands on a spring of immortality. Yet I got my hands on a spring of immortality in the Temple of the Eye of Time. No wonder the Temple of the Eye of Time attracted so many powerhouses. Yang Feng scanned the spring of immortality with a complicated look in his eyes, and then put it away and flew straight to the main hall of the Temple of the Eye of Time. Boom! Boom! In the Temple of the Eye of Time's palace complex, earth-shaking explosions rang out. There are many guards hidden in the Temple of the Eye of Time's palace complex. Some guards even possess warlock monarch rank battle prowess. However, as soon as the guards woke up, they were blasted into dregs by a swarm of dazzling light units. Springs of immortality were teleported into Yang Feng's hand. When he arrived in front of the main hall of the Temple of the Eye of Time, there are already 25 springs of immortality in his hand. In addition to the springs of immortality, Yang Feng has obtained more than 70 kinds of treasures that can enable people to break through the Heaven-Man boundary and promote their soul aptitude to level 8. With these treasures, Regina, Wu Meiying, Huang Yihe, Yu Wuxian, and other experts close to him can be promoted to superior level 8 in terms of soul aptitude. In addition, Yang Feng also found many rare materials that can be used to build a level 7 stronghold in the palace complex. Just the treasures found in the periphery of the Temple of the Eye of Time's main hall are enough to tempt Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng is even more tempted by the treasures in the main hall. This is the main hall of the Temple of the Eye of Time. Yang Feng stopped in front of a vast temple towering into the clouds. At the entrance of the temple, there are rows of strange-looking archgod statues. The archgod statues are lifelike, looking alive, but without any vitality. There was an incomparably huge golden door at the entrance of the shrine. On the golden door, there was a keyhole. Clearly, one needed a specific key to enter the golden door. Yang Feng glanced at the archgod statues at the entrance of the temple and said with a cold smile, "Little you, get rid of them. Don't give them a chance to resurrect." Petrifying and sealing living life forms and transforming them into stone golem-like guardians is a method commonly used in the archgod era. The best way to deal with this method is to get rid of the stone golems before they resurrect. "Okay, big brother." Shiryu smiled sweetly and raised her lily-white hand, and gray light containing the essence of stone enveloped the archgod statues. The archgod statues trembled slightly, as if they are about to come to life. Then, they turned into dust, and all their power and essence were sucked dry by Shiryu. Shiryu is a heavenly stone emperor, an emperor-like noble existence of the earthen race. She was born with the essence of stone and the essence of power. All kinds of stone-type extraordinary life forms are her subjects and resources for her evolution. After the archgod statues were petrified, they became strange existences similar to the earthen race. Naturally, they cannot resist Shiryu's power. The gold gate radiated brilliant gold light, and the archgod statues suddenly came to life and exuded warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.